Very nice to see you all here again. It's like the high point of the year for us at Strusoft, the business unit for Precast, to meet you all here. And today, of course, we are a little bit fewer than normal, but it's still a lot of people here. We are almost 100, so really good. For you that don't know me already, my name is Karlsson, and I'm the business unit director for Precast at Strusoft. We have 3 business units: energy, structural, and Precast, and this is one of them. We will live broadcast, so we have, I don't know, Matthias, how many people do we have online now? 50 people online. And we will, of course, I will come to that later, but we will record it also, so it will be available afterwards. There is a little bit then, if you don't want to be on film, on photo, please let us know. We can avoid to have you on photo or film, but normally it's no problem. But if someone has, tell Matthias, we will try to avoid having you on screen. This is the 13th time we have this user conference. Today we have 15 Precast factories here. We have 9 consultant companies, and we have people from 8 countries present. So it's a big crowd. And Kim, she has told me she will help us with a security review. So you know all about what's going on if something happens in this place when we are here.
Hi, welcome. In case of a fire, there will be a speaking alarm in both Swedish and English. Your closest emergency exit, you have to your left here. And the meeting point is on the other side of the road at Malmö. In case of fire, you have a fire extinguisher over there. You probably won't see it, but there's a red sign, right there. And in worst case scenario, you have a heart defibrillator down in the reception. So enjoy your day.
Thank you, Kim. It's her second time doing this. You have routine now. I think maybe all have noticed where the restrooms are, but I can tell you if you don't know. If you just go outside here and to the left, they are in the end there. It will be assigned just after the coffee. Lunch we will have upstairs in Percy's restaurant, but just follow the crowd when we go there. But it will be upstairs, so it will not be on this floor. The coffee break in the afternoon will be on this floor. So it's just outside where we have the coffee this morning. And the code, if you want to connect to Wi-Fi, is, as you can see on the screen, guest@MAH. The agenda for today then is we just have had the registration and the breakfast. Hope you all got something to eat and drink. And now we are at the welcome speech. And after me, Desi will talk about impact design for Revit. And then Fredrik will continue with impact production. And as you can see, sometimes we have 10 minutes between and sometimes only 5. When it's only 5 minutes, please stay in the room. When it's 10 minutes, you can go to the restroom if you need. It's a little bit so we can get started in time. For the guys online, they probably want to see something. They want to keep that time. And we need to think about them as well. After lunch, we will have impact design for AutoCAD and BricsCAD. Nikolaj will tell us about that. And then we will continue with impact project. Dennis will talk. And then we have a session with Thomas. Thomas has 2 today, so he is the most frequent speaker. I also have 2, but mine are so short. So he will talk about Tekla base tools before coffee break and impact for infrastructure project after. And then Pascal will have a talk about self-learning material and courses. And then we will have the ending speech. After that, we will meet up for the guys that have signed up for the dinner tonight at Central Malmö. I will tell you more about the location, but it's a restaurant called Hackwin. So it's not the same as last year for those who were here then also. We are some people from Strusoft here today, and let's start with some of the developers. We have Mikael Nilsson here. I don't know, where are you, Mikael? Yeah, Mikael is there. Mikael is responsible for the development of impact design. And we have Desislava. Yeah. Tabe is responsible for impact production. Those two guys, make sure you hijack them in the pause and tell them what to do. They're coming. No, but they are happy to speak to you, so don't hesitate if you have something you want to talk to the developers about. We also have some more people from Strusoft here. We have our CEO, Stephansen here. And if you want to talk structural things, Dennis knows a lot about that. So you can hijack him also in the breaks. For marketing, we have Paul Tate. Where are you, Paul? Paul is there. Paul will do some interviews. He will try to get some of you to talk to him. Let's see if you are happy to that. Then we have from our business unit, the Precast business unit, we have Dennis Knudsen that is handling the support. Many of you have probably talked to Dennis. He's handling a lot of the customer contacts. Fredrik Arheden, that is head of our product owners. The product owners is then handling each the products, and then Fredrik is the head of that one. Then we have Linus Karlsson working with sales and implementation. And we have Matthias Nordal Hansen working with marketing and also handling this today here. We have Nikolaj Stephansen, that is head of sales. And we have Pascal van Wyk working with sales and implementation. And Thomas Gitsas, the frequent speaker today, also working with sales and implementation. And then we have Desi working with impact for Revit. Before I present some more people, I have to present our group of companies that is called Sivenso Group. In that group, we are like 4 companies at the moment. It's Strusoft, as you know, and it's Buildsoft from Belgium, and it's Matrix from the Netherlands, and it's Space Gas from Australia. And as you can see, the thought about Sivenso is to be like the home for both software companies and the customers and the employees. So welcome to our home today. It's like you are all included here today. And as you can see, Sivenso is then owned by a company called Wind, a Norwegian company, industrial ownership. So that's a little bit. And you can also see some figures about how many people we are, how many countries we are present in. So we are in a growing piece here. We are trying to be on it in this sector. Yeah. So from that, I can present then our COO of the group, Jesper Andersen. And Niklas Gustafsson, that is handling, is head of M&A and strategy. Thank you. And we also have some friends from our sister company, Matrix Software in Netherlands. It's Brian Hendricks, business development. And then we have Martin Rijkes, that is the branch manager for Precast Concrete. I hope I have not forgotten anyone now. But we are a lot of people here today, and we are here for you today. So don't hesitate to talk to us. We want to talk to you at least. That's why we are here. The last thing I will take in this startup speak is a little bit what we are working on development. And this is one of the things we are working in. And I got some questions about this, so I was thinking better to tell a little bit what we are doing with it to all of you. We are working with a module for insulation planning. And it's, of course, then taking care of the sandwich and insulated wall. A little bit to make that puzzle digital that you can see on the screen there on the picture. And I remember when we started it, I was thinking this is very simple. It's just an algorithm. We have the geometry, we just calculate the pieces. But then the complexity of your project comes. And then you can see, and many of you know, how many different sizes, pieces you have. So we went another way than to do that algorithm. So instead, we are doing the tool for the workman in the production. A tool so you can draw up your pieces, not for the engineer, for the guy that does it already. That's the thought about it. So instead of having it maybe on paper, some do it in Bluebeam today, but many do it just manually on paper. We try to digitalize this. But it should be, we think at least, in the workman's hands instead, because it's hard for the engineer to do that. They don't know what insulation do you have on stock, for instance, at the moment, because it needs to be a little bit correlated to that one as well, of course. So it's a little bit that what we are dealing with. And we try to make it flexible. Starting to make it flexible, maybe in the end that algorithm can come, I don't know. If we can find it, the simplification of it, we will see. So what we have done so far is that we, from the CAD tool, Impact for CAD, we are making an insulation file. We are taking out the 3D and also making a 2D view of the insulation piece itself and bringing that in to the tool. So that is like the starting point. Of course, we will continue with doing the same from Impact for Revit. And we hope that we can also have someone to help us out doing it from Tekla, so we can bring it from there as well, or from any design tool, because it's a file we need that is like the background data for this. So we have made 2 plugin models, one to Project Manager and one to Resource Manager. Because the idea is that we based it on element ID, because let's say you have 10 pieces of the same element mark. You are not sure that insulation will be exactly the same, because it depends on what you have on stock. Maybe you did something on the first that you were not happy with, you want to correct it to the next one. But you can, of course, take a copy of what you did on the first one, but we do individuals. So we have made some tools inside for drawing. So this is one of them, rectangular array. I have drawn the outer insulation there, the mineral wool, and then I can draw the other one with this tool. So it's a little bit like it knows the big size, the full size, and then it uses that and add another one. We also have something called wall piece. That is actually, you draw one piece, the full size of it. And of course, you can add all your sizes you have into this. We also have the possibility to draw like a polyline. And remember, this is like, it's not inside AutoCAD, Tekla, or something like that. It's a separate tool where we only do this. So this could be looking like this, the end result. And we also have a split functionality where we can split it in thickness if that is needed. Maybe you thought that you have 200 on stock, but you don't, and you need to split it in 150 and 50, or whatever happens. We also have edit functionality. Maybe it's a little bit hard to see, but it's bigger on your there. So the piece will come up with a value so you can change it. And we have move. We have extend and trim. So you can draw a line and then you can extend to that one. And of course, you can use the line from that coming in, the 2D line, but maybe you want to draw some other line. We can combine it. Of course, you know the Project Manager and also the Resource Manager, that you can open drawings from there. You can have the PDF or the DWG of the drawing or whatever you have. In the same time, when you make your installation piece, you can look at the drawing and see how that looks. Because some details will be there, of course. Maybe the end cap, like in this case. Like I said, copy to twin. With twin, I mean the same element mark. And sister elements, the idea there is, of course, that you should be able to copy some pieces that is repeating in many elements that doesn't have the same mark. And of course, the output will be an Excel report. And right now, we are just writing it out piece by piece. But think about that. You can take it from the calendar view if you're running our impact production, and you can bring it out from there. What we are molding tomorrow, I like those pieces to come out. And then because this is, normally you do it the day before, hopefully, someone prepares this. And so that's a little bit what we are working on, one of the projects. And this project is planned to be released next year. I don't know exact time because we are working on it and it's still a bit to go. This one is developed in collaboration with Arbetong and Starka. And so we have had a lot of meetings in groups discussing this, how to do it, because you know how you do with insulation. And we have just tried to interview you, and then we have done it. So, and that is something we are always open to do stuff like this. And of course, we have also had some pre-funding then. They have said that they buy some licenses if we do it. That also makes the decision easier for us to know this is something we should develop. So, but we are open for doing stuff like that together with you if you have some idea, some new things that we need to the industry that is missing. Yeah. When you are here today, make sure that you talk to people and engage. I'm telling to myself also, it's important that we do that. That's why we are here today. And also connect to us from Strusoft. We have blue badges. It could be that you just want to ask about dinner tonight, whatever. But we are here for you. And as you can see, it's the same. Your tags are the same. You have the company name in the lowest. I hope you can read that. And then we have the name of the person. Yes, and that was my part. So now I will leave the word to Desi. Leave a short break just so we can exchange this here. So thank you.
So I think we're ready to start. Welcome to the Impact Revit presentation. My name is Desi and I work primarily with Revit design. I'm part of Impact Revit team in Strusoft, Denmark, and I'm going to be a speaker for the design presentation for Impact Revit today. Now, I know we're quite mixed representatives of impact users today. So if you're a user that has Revit installed to your machine and you're a user of Impact Revit, I've prepared some of the highlights of the features that we released since last user conference until today. So I'm going to make sure that you're updated, and if you've missed something during the year, you're gonna get the functionalities that I'm sure pretty much most of you using Revit design, Precast design can use. But if you're somebody that has never used Impact Revit or Revit at all, then that's okay, because I'll try to take you in the hand when we go into the Revit universe and try to explain on the way why and how we do things in the Impact Revit design. So pretty much I'll try to make it easy and understandable for everyone, no matter of the expertise you have in the Revit design. When I look through the features and the functionalities I would like to present today, I divided them in three main groups: the 3D modeling, the reinforcement, and the shop drawing. And I guess that's pretty much what interests the group that we have presented in here in this forum today. In the 3D modeling, we're going to see some smart tools about T-connection when drawing double wall. We're going also to talk about how to make the most out of the impact functionalities, adding stirrups in the definitions of casting materials. We're also going to see a new saving functionality that is going to keep the thread through the precast process. Afterwards, we're going to reinforcement, which is being quite a focus for our users during the year, but of course for the impact team as well. 3 major features we're going to show today, and we're going to talk about, for example, how to do coloring of stirrups and how to preview that when doing design with Impact Revit. And last but not least, we can't go without talking about the shop drawings. I'm going to come with some tips and tricks if we have impact administrators here. Settings, new settings in the shop drawings that I think it's worth knowing about. And we are also going to talk about this 3D details, 3D component details made out of the 3D view. It's a lot of 3D, but that we're going to take that in the shop drawing design. So let's start with the modeling part, and we're going to talk about a new saving functionality that came in the Impact Revit software at the start of the year, and we're going to talk about how important this new functionality actually is for the precast process. And here, Peter showed me once a presentation about the precast process, which had this scheme on. And I think it's a really good showing of how the precast process usually goes out there in the real world. You don't usually start with the actual design. You want to start with gearing up the rough planning. You're going to start with some rough planning, and it's the people outside of design office. That's going to be people doing CAD planning, transport planning, erection planning. They will need some elements that you probably want to save into databases to get the data out of them. And why would you do that? Many reasons, but again, it's gearing up. Might be because you want to, let's say, find out how much concrete you're gonna need for a project like this. And this is a real live project that we're going to talk about in the end of the presentation, but I took it today because I think it's a very good example of how the process would go. In Impact Revit, most probably you're going to start with a Revit model and input from the client you have. And then you're going to go and your aim is to go to the precast model. So you're geared up and you have some data in the database, and most probably that's, let's take an example of the wall. If it's just you need to people to prepare to gear up, then you're probably going to save some elements, but that's not going to be a detailed element. That's going to be, if it's a wall, it's a good example. It's probably going to be a wall without a component. And then you go in here where the performing process starts, and there we hear that designers, they don't want, when the actual design process starts, they don't want to use these elements which are already used in the database, because the material that's been used to draw them is not that precise. They want to start from scratch. And once they're ready with their precast model in here, that's a precast model drawn with Impact Revit. We have some hollow cores, columns, pre-stressed beams, substructure, stairs, and then you want to save it. But if you save this element in the same place, then you're going to have 2 elements, one that is used for rough planning and one that actually is going to be used. And if you save it with the conventional saving functionalities for the element, you're going to get 2 IDs. And this is going to mess a lot of things for people that have already done the planning in here that seems outside the design office. So we don't want to mess it up. We want to keep the IDs. That's why Impact has this functionality called Save and Replace. And this is, again, a saving functionality used for any type of element that is not like the conventional one that we usually use. That is how it looks like. What you're going to do here is that you're going to, when you're about to save the actual element you're going to cast, after you're going to save, you're going to first select the element that you want to take the ID from, and Impact we're going to show you which ID you're about to transfer to the actual element which you're going to go after. And you have also the possibility to delete it. So these 3 parameters in here are for you, for a designer, to help you control the saving process, to make sure that you keep the IDs all the way from the erection, transport and cast rough planning all the way through the precast project is executed and the element is actually on the building site. So here it's also important to mention that with this saving functionality you can use for any type of element. You can also transfer ID for one element type to another. So if there was a beam there in the same place, and suddenly when your actual material is ready and you're doing the precast design, you find out that's going to be a wall instead of, then you can transfer the ID from the beam to the element. That's why save and replace is a smart functionality. And again, it's going to help you keep the IDs, transfer the IDs from one element to the other throughout the whole precast project. This functionality is to be found under the model tools in the Impact Revit ribbon, and during the presentation I'm going to show you screenshots of where to find the functionalities in context so that it's easier to follow and probably find them out when you go in the Impact tab. And talking about the Impact tab, I want to present it to you. Once you have Revit installed on your computer and you installed Revit, Impact Revit from your machine, then you're going to get the tab up there in your Revit design tool. And here it's worth mentioning that all element types that we have in Impact, we also have in Impact Revit. And how you're going to read the ribbon is that you're just going to go to the element type. If that's a wall, you're going to find 3 types of walls: sandwich, insulated wall, and a solid wall. And you're just going to choose your weapon. So to say, it's all the functionalities that are related to designing this component will be here. And then we have some components. It's again the idea of a falling menu where you can easily find components, electrical switches, reinforcement, drawing tabs, and so on. Now, what I want to show you today is a modeling tool for a T connection on a double wall that just released a couple of weeks ago. And I think if you are somebody doing a double wall, maybe you want to hear this one. You know, doing a T connection, general connection between walls, can be tricky because there's a lot of components that need to be in place. But in Impact, we have very smart tools for that. In the conventional walls, we have the joints. With one definition, you can adjust the in caps, you can add in caps, gaps, and gastometers. Now, when we talk about double wall, that's a different character of an element. And here, users would like also a reinforcement. And here we took a small, I've taken a small video for you showing you the functionality. What we're doing with this tool is that first you're gonna add the recess, and it's the recess that you see here, and also in the 3D view. And while you're doing it, Impact is also going to insert the gap, and it's going to insert a reinforcement if that's something that you need in your design. And I want you to also notice the dynamic preview that you're going to see in the window. We're going to scan the geometry of the wall, and while you are setting up the recess values, or in this case the reinforcement values, we're going to you are going to see this dynamic preview. So you as a user have control over what you're going to just insert now in the double wall. So once you do it, here it is, the connection, the T connection is coming. And it's worth mentioning that a lot of our functionalities have also the adjusting functionality in this way. That's the remove connection. So if you need to do something else or delete the connection that you have, just select the walls again, everything comes back. And notice that while we apply standard MEP keys, we call them electrical switches, but those that you have set up, they're probably the ones that are most used. They're not going to look like this. They're probably just a reset and electrical switch going up. But during the year, we had the user contacting saying, well, I have a situation like this. It's a very one-time situation in a project, and it's going to take me too much time if I have to set this in a definition. And we could really follow that, because if you have to make a definition for this, then you have to measure how much time the offset for the duct has to go that way, and then you need to go up and left and right and so on. And probably it's a one-time or two-time situation in a project, so you don't want to set it up in a definition. You need a way to fastly draw the duct. And that's how we did the new functionality called Draw MEP Key. And this you're going to do by either selecting a point in the element or selecting lines that, like I show here in the case, I've drawn the ducts and I've used model lines in Revit to just mark how I want my duct to look like. I select it, and the functionality will find out the type of the duct, if it's a single, double. Going to find out which family you want to use. It's probably the one that you have in the drawing office. And notice that the radius is also going to be applied. You're going to get the rounding according to the values that you type in the Draw MEP Key duct. So if you have a situation like this one, and you want to fastly draw MEP keys, MEP key duct, draw the MEP key switches. And then you can fastly draw the duct. No need for definition, especially if it's a one-time situation in a project. You just go and draw it. Now, this feature which I want to show now is especially relevant if you're an impact administrator. And a lot of components that we have in Impact Revit, they are actually families. And I'm going to take an example with the casting material. It could be a typical casting material that you have in a drawing office. And just like in conventional impact, we're gonna give it a name. In Revit, that's a family, and you want to edit this component, you need to open the family editor. Now I'm in the family editor. Impact runs because the automation of impact runs because of parameters. The parameters are actually doing the hard job for you designers. And if you want to add a parameter to a Revit family, now we don't talk about impact, we talk about Revit. Generally, if you add a parameter to a family, you need to first of all open the family, then you need to open the edit mode, and you're going to open the edit type, you're going to see new parameter, and you're going to select from a shared parameter list, or you're going to type it yourself. Press OK, close it. It's a lot of work. And we had a user contacting us saying, can you not automate that? Can we make it easier to add parameters? And yes, we can. What you can use now in Impact Revit is this manage family parameters. So once you have a casting material, a scenario could be you have a new casting material, you want to add it to your standard. You open the family, and then you open the manage family parameters. Impact is going to show you the type of component. In this case, we have casting material, and we're going to see component. The casting material will come automatically to your shop drawing schedule. And here we come back to saying that the parameters are doing the hard work, the backstage work for your impact performance. Once you do a shop drawing of an element that has this element component, the casting material, it will come automatically in your casting material schedule. You don't have to find them. You set up the schedule in your shop drawing template and it's coming automatically. It's valid for all casting material. The same with the impact unique mark controller. I guess you all know the genius functionality in impact that you can have one drawing and several element IDs. That we also have in impact Revit. It's very time saving. Impact is going to scan the elements if they have the same geometry, the same components. Then you don't need to have several drawings. You have one drawing, several IDs. But the way we do it is, for example, because this component has the impact unique mark controller of a parameter. So this is an example of two parameters that we strongly recommend you to have. But a parameter like an impact treatment or reference, well, you need it, take it, add it to the component. Could be a reference to a company that produces the casting material. It's up to you. You can add that to a schedule as well. But the point is that you can now automatically get all the parameters for a component and add it to a family. And this is valid for the structural framing element types that we have: beam, column, and hull core, all type of casting materials, and lattice girders if you use that. You need to go to the family editor and press on Manage Family Parameters. And last but not least, it's another functionality which is really time saving. That's adding stirrups to casting material. A lot of users would usually add a reinforcement, a stirrup reinforcement to a casting material. And here we take an example, very typical example, that's the lifting component. Probably when you use this type of lift, you have a standard stirrups that you want to add. And what we can do in impact now is that once we insert the casting material, we also insert the reinforcement 2 in once. Insert casting material and choose here a reinforcement. In this case, that's the yellow that you see in here, the yellow stirrups that you can insert automatically when inserting the casting material. How it works is that you're going to go on the casting material definition, and here you can see we have a tab added called reinforcement. In the definition, you're going to select the stirrups and you're going to give it a name. And here it's good to notice that you can use this casting material in any element types, in all element types in impact. So you can set up a reinforcement setting for all element types. You can set up a reinforcement settings for wall, insulated wall, and the list is long. All element types you can set up a reinforcement for. And notice that here we have a default. If we have two settings for a wall, the one might be default, and it's because you might say, well, this is my standard. This is what I want to do. But if there is something below, it's called below the casting material, it could be an opening, a recess, and you don't have place for that reinforcement that you usually use. You want to do something else. Well, set it up in here, because once you're going to insert, set it up in the definition, because once you insert the casting material, you can choose between all the setups that you made in the definition. So a very easy way to set up, to insert both casting material and reinforcement in your model. Set it up in the definition, and it's going to come automatically when you do the casting material in your model. Yes, and now we go to another interesting part, that's the reinforcement. And as I said in the start, our users have been very eager to work with us on reinforcement. We've had great ideas, and the ones I want to present for you today. First, we start with a functionality that's going to help you to manage the bar marks in your project. It's a functionality that you're going to find in the reinforcement following menu. It's just down here. And what we did before we worked on this functionality is that if you have a bar mark in an element and you try to save the element, we're going to scan the database. If we find a match, we're going to recognize it and give it a name. That's how it was before we worked on managing bar marks. But then we had users saying we want to manage every bar mark we have in an element. And that's why we start working on it. And now you can also match bar marks that you have in the database or create a new one. So the first scenario was when you have a match existing in a database, then it's just going to be applied during the save process, nothing new in there. You're going to see it's applying there during the save process. But if you don't have a match in the database, then you have a possibility to match it within a certain tolerance. Then you say, what's a tolerance? That's something that you decide as a user. You're going to set up a variable in standard admin. In my case, that variable has a value of 10 millimeters. So if I have a bar mark with parameters within 10 millimeters, then I have the possibility to match it. And we do that because our goal is to have as few as possible bar marks. Less is more. When we talk about bar marks, it's easier to manage when we have less. And there is a possibility that you don't have it in the database, you can't find the match within the tolerance that you set, then you're going to create a new bar mark. And that's you're going to do by giving it a name. So this functionality has an interface for you scanning the whole model and the elements actually that you selected. You're going to see here, you can select one or several elements, and you're going to manage the bar marks that you have on a project, common, and local level. Now we go to another reinforcement functionality that is called the bended mesh, and the name says it all. It's a mesh that we bend, and it's a functionality that we need to have in the drawing software. It's widely used. It's saving time out in the production, in the design. Instead of taking stirrups, joining them together, bending them, then you can just take a standard mesh and bend it. So we need to have that in the model, and we have now a functionality in Revit called Draw Bended Mesh. What you can do is that you can draw stirrup in the model, and out of it define the geometry, the length, and the mesh type, and draw the bended meshes you see in there. You can insert a standard bar mark from the database, or you can use a standard bar mark and change the values afterwards. So everything you need to do for draw the bended mesh is within those windows, and we start with setting some parameters, and then we have a dynamic preview showing in real time what you're about to do, some geometry setting in the bottom, and once you press on apply, the bended mesh will appear in your element. And here you're going to see if the bended mesh is appearing and it's applied correctly, you're going to see this green text saying it's there. And we do it because, as you probably know, in Revit we have every drawing, every element in one single model. And what users do is that they switch on off visibility of the fabric sheet. This is called the bended meshes fabric sheet in Revit language. So if you can't see it, then you can probably see the green text saying it's there, and you just need to switch on for the visibility and then go and control how it looks together with the other components in the wall. So draw bended mesh, you also have an edit option down there, which is going to help you once the mesh is inserted. You're going to go and change the parameters of it if that's needed. And then we come to a feature that is initiated by users working with an IFC file. Now it's possible to set automatic colors for rebars in the Revit model. And everything starts, the history about that is that we had the user saying, I like to give colors to my rebars that gives me a better visual orientation of where I'm in my model, in my element. And I want to set those colors, to send those colors further when I do the IFC export. So what we need to do is we needed to make some adjustments of how we extract the quality of the rebars. We created a new parameter in Revit so that we can explore the full potential of what this powerful tool Revit gives us. So what we actually need to do is we need to create a new Revit material for rebar shapes and give them colors. And here in this example, I have 3 colors and they have different material with different colors. So the first thing, Revit material, the second one, you go in standard admin and you add the variable called Revit quality that has a value of 1, because this is, like many other impact functionalities, an optional functionality. So if those 2 are in place, then you have your elements that have rebars colored in the model. And here, I couldn't help myself but show you another really interesting functionality, really time-saving functionality in Impact. That's the rebar templates. And it goes together a little with this coloring of the rebar. So once you do the reinforcement in your beams, let's say, we'll take an example with a beam, then you can make a template out of it and transfer it to another element. And here I would like you to notice that it's not, you don't have to do it within the same family type, but within the same family. Means that if we have a family type, a variation of the beam that is a little bit wider or higher, just has to be within the same family, and you can use the same template, and the colors and the rebars are going through. It's a one-time job. You can set up the materials, the Revit materials with colors in a project template, and it's just there. Once your designers open the Revit model, then the colors will be there, and you can set it up, the reinforcement, like this. Okay, now we're going to go to the shop drawing, and I know it's a functionality that might be very interesting for a lot of designers in here. In Impact Revit, we do a shop drawing based on templates. The shop drawing template contains almost each information that you will need for shop drawing, starting from the sheet, from the size of the sheet to the parameters that you need here, information about the project and company, to the small details of the distance between the dimension lines. So everything you need is is in the shop drawing template. Once you press on create shop drawing, this is what you're going to get. You most probably want to have a 3D view. But we have some users that said we also want to have a 3D detail of a component from the 3D view. And back in the time they were using this manually, you're using the manual Revit functionality for that. What you're going to do is that you're going to duplicate this view. They were going to crop it and place it on time, probably need to rotate it. They need to go back in here and point where the detail is at tagging. It was taking too much time for them to do these 3D details of a component. And then they said, can you do automation for us? Yes, we can, and yes, we did. So what we did is that there is a new functionality called Add Detail View in the following menu of shop drawing. So once you press on it, you're going to, first of all, select the 3D view that you want to make a component detail of. In this case, I want to make a detail of the lifting and the steer of the reinforcement around it. So if there is a component in the 3D that is hard to see, it's could be crowded, an element, and you want to emphasize it, go and make a 3D detail of it. Impact will automatically select the component. If you select the component, and Impact automatically will add the view on the shop drawing. It's also done like this, that if you go and update the shop drawing, then you can say preserve a 3D. During the design process, you need to update several times the shop drawing. Then we've thought about it, and you can preserve the 3D so it stays in here. And these values that you have in the command, they can be set up in standard admin so that you don't need to test it every time you do a detail component. It's just there. So the only thing you need to do is select the 3D view and say to Impact where this 3D detail will be. We'll do automatically the tagging. You can also do tagging of the elements, of the components itself. So 23 seconds, I think it took me for this one, and it's 23 seconds. I counted it because you can do a lot of things for 23 seconds in your office. But this, making a 3D view of a component, can save you from a collision, from some mistake that production could do, help them out there. It could really save you a lot of headache in the further precast process. 3D details for components can be found in the following menu of the shop drawing. Now we're talking about the schedules, and here I need to mention briefly about this new possibility that we have dividing casting materials in inner and outer panel schedules. We have added a new impact horse parameter, which is valid for elements that are one typical to do a differentiation between the inner and outer panel. That would be sandwich wall, insulated wall, double wall. And this impact host parameter is going to be automatically filled in by Impact when saving the element. So once you save the element and you have it on a, for example, generic model family, like a casting material is, you automatically see a division between the casting materials drawn in inner and outer panel. And why you do that is, again, orientation. One thing is reading the dimension lines, but if you have it also in here in the schedules, then it's easier to control. And what a lot of people are also doing, a lot of designers, that they have two views. They have one view for the inner panel, one view for the outer panel. So now, with the help of this impact horse parameter, you can do casting material schedules for inner and outer panel. And last but not least, it's a new setting that we have in the shop drawing templates that I think it's worth mentioning. If you are here in a shop drawing and you have a casting material that is dimensioned only in X or Y axis, then a lot of designers would like information only on the one axis. It could be the horizontal. So if you have set it up like this, like it was before, then you might miss the information about the casting material in here. And that was an issue for a user that we had. So that's why we have a new setting called dimension tag default. And this setting, make sure to set it up with dimension line with casting material number, because every time you use a component that is set up to dimension only in X and Y direction, then Impact will automatically set up information about it. So this settings is important so that you can let the Impact do the work for you. Every time you have a setting dimension only in X or Y axis, you make sure that you have the other information available. Okay, and now we're in the end, and here I would like to show you, as I said in the start, a project drawn with Impact Revit That's a real-life project drawn by Stru Engineers, a subsidiary company to Borisova. And the reason why I would like to take that to you today is, first of all, because it's a project that is drawn with Impact Revit, but mostly because it's a project that is drawn by designers that have expertise similar to what we have today, designers that have experience both in AutoCAD and Revit. During the fall, they made a very nice presentation for us, and they were talking about their experience while working with Impact Revit and Revit in all as a design tool for Precast. And this I want to bring to you today. This is a model. It's around 15,000 square meter. It's situated in Nigeria, and I've taken a little bit of videos for it. It's very hard to go through this model, but I'll zoom in to some parts. You can see there are columns, there are pre-stressed beams, we have hollow cores, and it was very interesting to hear their perspective about the design process. 2 points they mentioned that made really difference for them when doing the design. First of all is the reinforcement visualization, and we saw it a little bit today. In Revit, we have the reinforcement in the model. We can switch on and off for it. The reinforcement is there, and we can help to, it's helping us to predict collisions, some issues that will come further in the process. The reinforcement is in the model. You can switch on and switch off for it. It's not in a separate drawing, it's there, and you can see how it is together with other components in the Precast model. That's the reinforcement visualization. Another part that they really appreciated when working with Revit, that was the collaboration possibilities. This is a work sharing model. There's 5 designers that are working on it. And you know, Revit has this work sharing possibilities where you can work several designers on one model at the same time. It's a real-time collaboration, and several years ago we actually opened for working with Impact Revit on a Precast model with work sharing. What work sharing does is that you are several people making some work sets, saying pretty simply said, I can work on the beams, you can work on the walls. And in that way, you're all working on the same model live. You don't have to wait for a drawing to be available. Everything is updating live, and you're working on only one model. So it was very interesting to hear there's feedback. We got some these 2 very fair points about making a difference doing Precast as Revit. We also get a great suggestions about improving the lifting methods, collaboration with definitions, and so on. And I would like to finish saying that almost 100% of what you see today, our functionalities and impact, they are influenced by you, our users. And today, a user conference is a great day to, first of all, share, inspire each other, and learn from each other. Let's use it. And now it's time for questions, if there are any. It's, I think I'm almost on time. Yeah, thanks for that. So if you have any questions, now it's time to get them here. Otherwise, we can also use the day today and the evening, of course. No questions? Great. So thank you very much.
Now there's 10 minutes for break, guys. Have coffee.
Okay, let's start. Hi all. Nice to see you here again, back in Malmö. Next session will be impact production, and I'm Fredrik, for those who doesn't know me, and I am the product owner of impact production. Yeah, the agenda or the topics that we're going to look at today is the news in impact production during the year and upcoming. And the areas that I will talk a little bit more about is something that we call vision paperless. Some features in our cost planning module, cost estimation, smaller enhancement in our grids, our disorders, and also impact element control system. So let's start. Vision paperless. Of course, less paper, better environment. That's obvious. But for me and for us, I think that the second thing I wrote here is mainly, or one of our goals with impact overall, to create nice applications where the live data can get brought to you easily. Because when we are creating these, not printed on papers, but when we create, we are very proud of our reports. We have, I think, 50, 60, I don't know, 70 different kind of reports today, and even more. So we are really proud of them. But when we are creating those Excel sheets, the PDFs, sending the information via mail, it's disconnected from the database. So what we're trying to do is to get them closer to you and the live data. That is also paperless, and the digital paperless. So the first part in this is actually direct connection to what Desi said, and it's that we have implemented the IFC viewer in Impact Resource Manager and the Project Manager. Our goal here in the production part is to help the production team to understand the element easier. I know that you saw the drawings that Desi showed. Even that's that picture on the paper, but we try to do that without the drawing then in production. I don't think it can replace the drawing for 100%, but it's a few steps in the right direction. We have created our own internal one, but the big thing happens when we use the external ones at this point. So the internal one, if you are in the cost planning, you can select an element, click open drawing, IFC, and internal viewer, and it will open the IFC files if that's created then. So you can see a little bit more details than we can today in the cost planning. But as I said, the big thing, if you download, this is a free version. It's one of them. I think there's more, but I use BIMvision, a free one, quick to download, and if you don't have anything else, it will directly automatically connect to your IFC files when opening in the cast. And then, as you can see, the big difference here. This is what you can have out in the factory if you have created an IFC file. All the layers in the sandwich wall, or the reinforcement, as you saw that the Desi showed before, the custom materials, the reinforcement, and the bars and the groups. And I've also selected one of the components here. Custom material, it's highlighted in the list, and all the properties that you have. And this site is something that you see a lot in the presentations from Nikolaj and from Desi with the design part. But when we are getting like this in the production, I think it's getting really close to where we want to go. Making the installation hided the installation and looks a little bit more like in the cast form, or on the table. Column with some corbels and so on. So what this brings you out in the production is the clear details regarding the reinforcement, the custom material, all the recesses and end caps, and so on. And you can also easily rotate, zoom in, pretty easy to handle as well. But this IFC file of the food model is not something that is new to Impact Design as we had before in Impact AutoCAD. So it's not a new thing. But for the single element, all those files were easily created from Desi just by a click or two, I don't know. But you did it very quickly for me, and it's easy to see. So one more marketing part for the Impact Rev. Yeah. Next thing is a feature that we have created together or developed together with one of our customers, Wish from them. And it's, as I said, we are very proud of our reports. And if you create or plan the transports in Impact Production and Transport Planning, just right click and you get really nice delivery notes. But let's say that we want to go further in this paperless future and try to remove it like this, and instead move all this information into Impact Go, the tablets and your phones. Two ways of getting this information to your phone. Let's say that you have already or had taken one step in this direction and still printed the delivery note. So one of your colleagues or the transporter has this QR code, you can scan it and you get all this information. If you don't have this and you want to go 100% digital here, you can just easily open the Impact Go, click search, transport, and you select your project and transport number, and you will get your transport with all the elements on it. If you want to go into detail, for the one who has started using Impact Go, you just click the element, get all the information regarding the elements. So that's something that we already have today. But if you click on the transport or up here, you will get almost all the information that is printed on the delivery note today. So yeah, the transport number, project name, 3 elements on it, total mass, including the measured mass, if that is done. Planned delivery date and time, and contacts, phone numbers, delivery address, load location, and some description and text 1 to 4. I just added here, call the contact person at arrival, so you can see that directly in your phone. So I think this is a really nice step. Of course, we kept the features that we had before. To setting the transport status, actual delivery date, loading duration, and unloading duration. When you're done here, click status, update to delivered, and it all will be updated here with the elements. So this is hope this is a really nice feature. Then there's a feature that I wasn't sure if I'm going to add here in Vision Paperless, but I decided to do so, and I really think it fits here because I know that there is still many of you have been out in the factories and visited and see that there is still, maybe not SMS, but post-it notes, paper in the pockets, and that you write this out there. So 1 year ago at the user conference, I told you about this new element ID notes on the elements. So an example for removing those paper in pockets or the post-it is, yeah, just an example. If you are here, I want some element in Impact Go or transport again, click the element or select it here, and then you click the information button and you get the information about it. And as you can see here, it's now added note 1, 2, 3, 4. Edit down here, and you will be able to edit note 1, 2, 3 and scroll down, and you will also get number 4. So an example, I don't know if it's a good example, but the feature is good. It's a lot of that, I think, in this presentation. But extra material sent on transport for this element, and this information will be shown on note 1. Of course, this information will be shown on all the places where we implemented note 1, 2, 3, 4. Could be interesting for the ones who works out on site and takes care of the transport at arrival. So you know that you don't forget the extra material sent for this column, for example. Yeah, and then I also got approval to show a little bit from Dennis area, which is that we also implemented it in the erection planning. So that is what I meant when we are trying to put this live information where the actual work is done. So this is a process, as you know, when you create the erection sequence. And in this case, this could be just an example, but could be information from one of you designers or the project managers saying that this specific element column, this one, should be erected before this one, because you know that as a designer or yeah. And here, when we're doing the erection sequence, it's very easy to just switch them around, so you know that this is done. And I think that this information, and this is the thought that I want to try to get to, that this information should be shown as close to when you're doing the actual work as possible. Yep. Then we move over to some features in cost planning. First one called cost note. A wish from many of you who works with cost planning. So I don't know if you can see, but there's an indication here, the red one. So what you want to do is you select your cost. This is in cost planning. Select the cost, right click and click add cost note. You can write information specific about this cost. Click OK, and as you can see here, the indication is shown in the cost calendar, but also in the detailed view over here. I think, yeah, highlighted there. The cost note can also be printed, of course, in all our reports in Excel. Yeah. Auto refresh cost. This was made when I was on parental leave, actually, but it's a really, really nice one. Still, the feature is maybe mainly for the ones who is using screens and computers out in the factory, where you don't maybe work with the system all the time, but instead just look at it and see how is the planning made. So what you do, let's say that you have the cost calendar or the detail view in the factory. You click the settings and auto refresh interval. Let's say that every 30th minute or half an hour you will get refreshed. Maybe more obvious in detail view. Could be that someone, I don't know, this is an example, but could be that someone has switched around the placement of two elements. And if you have this up on a screen and you don't see that, it could be, yeah, maybe a stupid example. But the important thing about the feature is that you don't miss out information that has been changed. So also made down here. We've added strands in cost calendar, small one, but could be good for the pre-stressed divisions. So now we're in hollow core division. Clicked on bed number 1, and as you can see here, we've added strands. Could be a good safety thing to see that there is no element that is, yeah, most important, over 8 strands in this element. Beneath or below could be okay sometimes if you designers approve it, I know. Then we have a new feature. I think it's a really nice one as well. Before, if we wanted to find an element in the cost, sometimes that is important to do quick. I know that there is many different ways of doing this, but let's say that we have an element in the list or in the model as here. I select it. The way we did it before was maybe to look in the properties. We scroll down to the end. We see that it's going to be produced in the West factory, in the wall slab division. It's going to be on table number 2 and 24, blah, 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 blah. So it took some time. Today, we have developed this button here. Search for it. So you select an element here or in the grid and click this find element. As you can see directly, it switched over to the correct factory, the correct division and the correct date, and you can find the table number 2 directly easily here. And if you are, it's even better even in the detail view. It will show you directly the day and select the element on the table. The same thing goes for list view. And as you know, if selected an element in the modules, like the cast or the transport, and you have the information up in the model, it will be selected there as well. So let's say that you are in the transport module, you select an element on the transport, it's selected in the list in Resource Manager or in Project Manager, you can directly click this Find Element and it will show it in the cast. Next one, total time in calendar per cast. Small feature, but I think it's a really nice one. One of my favorites, actually, today. I'll tell you why. And let's say that we are looking in Resource Manager and in the workload. And pretend that we look at this view and we say, okay, we're looking at the time here, the production time that is going to be produced upcoming weeks. And yeah, let's say that, okay, it looks okay. That is what we are looking for. And we move into the calendar a little bit more detailed and time for that period. And we are also happy with the weekly production hours, for example. But let's say here, if we're looking closer and see that each day it's very differently at this week. So the production hours calculated for those elements that is planned here is 205 hours. On Wednesday, it's only 129. And as you all know, we don't want to do more work on a Monday, but so especially if we don't change the personnel in that factory. So what we've done then is that we have added in settings, footer content, total time down here. And as you can see now, or maybe it's a small one, but I can tell you that it says the total time for each cast. So maybe it could be easier to switch around if that's possible, to get it a little bit closer. And the reason why I like this is because, yeah, I think this is a resource management at the top level here. So I really like this one, even if it's a small one or a small development for us at this time. The best features, maybe. So next one, cast. In the cast, we can work simultaneously as viewing the shop drawing. I've added a small demo here. So if we select an element in the cast, open drawing, and PDF in internal viewer, it will search for to see if there's a PDF saved for this element. So we can look at the drawing in the cast. It could be maybe go into details, end caps, for example, or some measurements. Before we created this feature, it actually locked up the system. So you looked at the drawing, then you start working. But now, as you can see, we can work at the same time in the background or with the system. So you can have this drawing in front of Impact, or you can have it on another screen and work simultaneously. So if you haven't tried that, I think it's a good one. Next feature we call Cast Unit QR Code. It's also developed together with one of you customers. I'll show you how that works. Now we are in Resource Manager, looking at the division. This is where we create our tables and beds and pallets. So in this wall and slab division, we have 7 tables. So we selected one of them, table number 3. And then we have a print function out here. So we've created this new report, maybe one of the most simple ones. for us, but I think it's a really nice one. So it actually, if you print this one, this is what you will get. So this report only is 2 data fields printed. The name of the table and the QR code. This is just something that I wrote in the template. Scan QR code to get today's production for this table. And that is actually what the feature does. Let's say that you are in the factory, you have some free space on your columns or walls behind. You print this report, and ta-da! You have a tablet or a phone with Impact Go on it. You scan this one, and what you will get then is the planned production for that date. So you know what element you're going to produce. If you want to see more, you can just click the element, click in information, and you get all the details about that. If you have connected it via the file sync, you can just open the drawing also from here. So yeah, nice one. So we move on from cost to cost estimation. We've also made some features there. This one is called fixed time. We can calculate if we look at the cost, we can calculate that in two ways. Either we go for fixed cost, or we go by calculated for priced components. Let's say that we know how much the cost, the material cost, we know how much the reinforcement cost, and so on, and then we add that up to show the price or the calculated production price for the elements. Or you can go by a fixed time, saying that each element costs 2,000 per square meter, for example. The same thing is done now for time. So as you can see here, we can say time based on fixed time. If you do that, you go into the project time method, and it's fixed now for time. You can get your element types. It will show all the what do we call it? Definitions in that project. So in this project, we only have one, sandwich 34. And I say that it takes 1.3 hours per square meter. And that is the only thing that will be used calculating the time. And it's pretty easy if you haven't started using cost estimation, or if you don't use time today. This is pretty quick to use. You go into the project, you click your sandwich, right-click your elements, all of them are one, calculate, and you will directly get this base time. But then none of the rest, of course, because this is only based on 1.3 hours per square meter. So it's multiplied with the area. Hope it's correct. Looks correct. Then, yeah. Yeah, then we move on to the smaller enhancement in the grids. Showed this last year. I think it's a good one to show, to remind you that we have now in most of the grids up here. If you filtered out in one of our filters in Resource Manager, for example, some elements or some disorders in this case, you can see in this filter it's going to be 68 disorders for this filtering, and selected is 11 elements in the list. Next one is when I came back from Parent Leave again, I saw that project did a really nice report. So I stole it, or no, we don't do that internally, but we wanted to implement it in Resource Manager as well. This report was from the beginning called Project Follow-up. So it showed you the element that you have selected in your project, for example, and all information here regarding installation for that, that you can see total cost, total time, cost per square meter, length, width, height, reinforcement, cost in materials, and so on and so on. So this report is now also implemented in Resource Manager, but you don't have to just pick one element, one project, sorry. So all the elements that is shown in the grid, you can print this report for that. So if you want this one, just call me or send me an email. I can send you the template directly, because I think this is a good one. Another one that we've talked about for a long time in Resource Manager is regarding weeks. So we have added this week number in the grid. What we do is we translate the blue ones here, the planned drawing dates, production and delivery and so on. So if you have a date, you can just add planned drawing week, and we will translate it to week. If you don't work with weeks, we also have a week commencing date, so you can use that instead. We have added a column for attachments, especially for disorders. So you will get a column showing if you have an attachment to it. Not more to say about that. And then we have also added design status in the planning grid. This could be interesting for the ones who are using Resource Manager. I don't know, yeah, is this the right picture? Yeah, it is. So design status. So if you're planning your elements and you can see that the elements are, oh, it wasn't the right picture, but never mind. It's here. Yeah, doesn't matter. The information here is that, let's say that you are planning your elements and you can you see that the elements drawing is not ready for production. You can see in the design status where it is, to see if it's close maybe, or yeah. The design status is something that is pretty new and something that is set up and shown in standard admin. So it could be just an example to know where we are in the design phase. And it's not it's not only the ones in production is using Resource Manager, but this could also be for project manager follow-up to see where your elements are. Yes. Then we're going to disorders. We have added some new fields in disorders, and the first one is deadline dates. We've had deadline dates for some time now, but could be tough to know when to set the deadline. And we have done try to give some help about this. So if you are here on deadline field and you're going to set your date, we also show the planned element date if that is done. So let's say that you want to know, okay, when do we need to be done with this order? And you know that we're going to deliver in the end of October. Could be a nice one to put here, or the day before maybe. Yeah. Or even further before, yeah. No. Yeah. We've added section. Section is something that is kind of just a new tag for tagging your disorders. Let's say that you divide your elements or project into different areas in the company. Could be west, east, or south, north, or industrial, commercial projects. Yeah, I don't know. But the feature is that you can now create those in Resource Manager, and you can also find them here in your cost planning disorders, or all the disorders. Why I showed this big picture is that you can also actually set those sections for your projects. So if you have done that, those disorders created in those projects will automatically get by default the projects section. We've added design manager, project manager, and erection manager. So you know who to blame. I don't know what, or I mean, who to call or ask for information. And in the end, we also added who created the disorder if you want to contact that person. And also, as I showed you last, I don't know if you remember this picture, the Christmas gift for us connecting to the email. So if you have created a disorder, you click that you want to send this as an email, and the recipients, it will be sent with the attachment and with information regarding this disorder. So that's if you have connected to a mail server. This is a wish that we have had from several of you. So we implemented to print pictures in reports, both in controls and also issues. So an example here, my kind of control report. So each row here for one element, and for each element we have different kind of controls. So for this reinforcement, not approved yet, but I've added an inspection picture. This one called armering, which is reinforcement in Swedish. This is approved, and then another picture. So this picture actually comes from the controls, and when you've added the inspection attachment here, or from Impact Go, of course. I don't know if this is actually a good inspection picture, but it's reinforcement. That's the best I have. The feature is good still. Control, same thing. So if you have move on here, if you have created a disorder and taken a picture of the broken element, it can also be sent into our disorder reports. Then we have today regarding controls. This maybe not controls, but most of you have certified your element C or BBC and so on. This is normally done today by element group, but the new feature is that you can also, and it comes from a wish from some of you users here, that we can change this to element type instead. If you do that under your certification, you can decide regarding those 14 element types that we have in Impact today, if it's going to be BBC certified or C certificate, and the Eurocode and so on. If it's true or false here, it's going to be print automatically the BBC and CE icon to your element label, for example. I like this one. It's nice. This is an Impact Go. We have added a new icon to show if the element has a control and the status of it. So let's say that this company has started to use my new feature with a QR code. You don't need this, but this could be. You find the cost or you scan that one. So the cost and the elements here, all the hollow cores on it, planned on it this day. If the element has this new icon here, it says that the element has a control. And the colors, maybe you can figure that out. Green means that it's done. Red means that one or several controls are not done for this element. I don't know where we are in time, but that was one of the last slides. I just want to take time to make some short marketing regarding this impact element control system, because I know that several of you use it, but there are a few that hasn't started working with it yet. But during the year we were visiting Starka, and they showed us some planning that was made out in the factory. As you can see here, some of our developers and the support, if you look closer. The planning here with all the project colors and so on. But the interesting thing is when I went to another computer in the factory, if we zoom in here, you can see that if we use the control color, you can see here that it's green from yesterday and before, and from today and to the future, it's not ready there. I think it was because I took the picture at lunch, but hopefully after, when they're done for today or before next day, this will turn out green. So this is one way of working with it, and I really think that if you haven't started using Impact Element Control System, I will help you to do that, because it's a nice system, they say. This picture with the cast module in the background with some glass or plastic in front of it with some concrete is maybe the best thing that I can see as a project manager for product owner for production. So this will be the final slide. So if you don't have any, oh, someone has added this one in my presentation. I didn't know that we had this. But I was going to ask you before we go for questions. I could say that this after this we're going for lunch. Nikolaj will take care of you to present impact design. I'm not sure it's going to be pizza, but this is the slide that we always show. I think it's actually going to be a better, even better food, more delicious than that. And we are going to be back. Is it 12:30 is the correct time? Yes. So thank you all for letting me present this one to you. And if you have some thoughts about what I just showed you, please ask me now, or something else about production. Do you think it is useful? Yes? Hello?
Who is meant to be the design leader?
You ask me that?
Yeah. Which person? Because in AutoCAD, you use another name for projekteringsledare.
Uh-huh.
Someone has told me that the design leader is not the projekteringsledare.
Okay. That's I have no idea.
When you start a new project, the design leader, you can feel it, but not the project leader. Eller projekteringsledare.
You mean if it's connected to the one that you fill in when you start the project? I'm not sure if we filled that out, the design.
We can take a look at this.
A good question, yeah. And now I understand what you mean. Yeah.
Design leader and projekteringsledare.
It's another name.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if it's more of a technical question, if it's connected to the name that you wrote in Impact and it's going to be connected to design, then we can take a look at that. If it's more of a process question, I think it's up to you to decide who is responsible for the design department or for the design in that project, or yeah, it's up to you actually. But if it's the technical thing about the connections, then we can take a look at it. I'm not sure. Yeah, good question. Come on, please. Yes. Yes, okay, start with.
In Impact Go, regarding the transport, the information here, will it also show the additional items that you can have added onto the transport?
Not yet. Good question. No.
Will
Okay. Yeah, that's a good one. Of course. Yeah, we'll see about that. It's those properties that we've added now. Most of them, as you saw, was pretty simple fields. Even though it could be delivery address, it's the only text. About the custom material, is more, could be a little bit more detailed, but we could actually, yeah, it's really good thought. Yeah, but no, not yet. Yes, Linus in front here.
We've added the design steps to resource manager. Last I checked, I couldn't find the legend.
going to
What's the sorry, what's it?
the legend? Usually you have like the I button to see what.
Yeah. I also checked that yesterday, and no, that's correct. And I have created a case yesterday, so it's not done yet. We saw that. Very good. Yeah. The tooltip, the legend. I didn't know that. Yeah. Anyone else? Or you want to go for the pizza? All right. Then I think we stop there. Thank you very much for listening.
I will lock the room during lunch.
now, so you can't get out. You have to stay in for the entire presentation. I hope you had a great lunch. I did. It was a heavy lunch, so hopefully you didn't eat too much, because you need your ears and eyes for this. I started at Strusoft about 9 years ago, and Peters told me on the first user conference I attended as a Strusoft employee, Nick, can you take my presentation just this year? Because, you know, it's good people see your face. And I don't know how many I've done since, but it's like Peter never comes back to this anymore. So, so that was just the thing instead. But news and impact for CAD, that's what we're going to talk about now. And the agenda I have for you guys today is, first I'm going to list up some features. I want to show them all, but we need to take several days. We've done a lot of work this year. So I'm focusing in on some select features. And normally, what I have done before is I've split it into element types so that you know, okay, now there's form slabs, now I'll really listen, now there's hollow core, now I'll really listen. This year, I split it into areas instead, a little bit like Desi did with her presentation. So first, we're going to be talking a little bit about reinforcement, then cast-in materials, then geometry. Then I have a little treat for you guys. And I had to bring this in because I wanted to talk about twice as much as I can. So this little treat is related to that a little bit, so you guys can look forward to what that is. And then we're ending up with some stairs, following up with where we left last year with stairs, and some general things, nice improvements for linked elements. So listing the released features is one thing I had to make this writing small. And I had a professor once that said, the text size of the slides need to be the age of the people divided by 2. But then we can only have the headline here, of course. But I just had to do like this, and then we just put an arrow up. And I think I've done it once or twice before. I counted this up together with Michael back there. We just did a list of the features. We can see what's been developed when. There was 104 features added since the last user conference. So this year. And of course, I want to talk about all of them. I think maybe we'll do 20 today, which is a lot also, but far from those 104. So focusing in here, reinforcement, and there's a lot. And don't worry, I think I had 5 points. I might spend half the time on this first one, just because there's so much. So don't worry, the presentation is not going to take 2 hours. I'll try to keep it to around 45 minutes. And new area mesh views, bended bars for bar mesh, reducibility checks, tooltips, overview, new bar mesh functions as well, and miscellaneous reinforcement features. And maybe I added this just so we didn't have to go across the presentation here. But the new area mesh is a little interesting middle way in between the simple mesh that we have that a lot of you use today. You have meshes, you order them home, get me a pallet of that type of mesh, I'll cut it out myself and I throw the rest of the reinforcement in the garbage. Not so eco-friendly though. So a lot buys machines, but to buy the big machine, you have to have quite a big production, or you have to sell to other companies. So here's something a little bit in between. We've added this drawing view for the simple mesh, which is called view 43. What does that mean then? Well, first we can say it's been added for all the regular wall types, solid walls, insulated, sandwich, solid slabs, and pre-stressed solid slabs. What it does is it gives you a preview, not a preview, it gives you an image with measurements on it of the reinforcement for all the reinforcement layers in said element. The reason that we need this view here, of course, is if you're not just buying the standard mesh, cut it yourself, and if you don't have the big bar mesh machine. Some of you guys order this. So you order it from a company making it by design, if you could say it like that. And then, of course, you have to give them the measurements. And if you have to sit on every single wall panel or every single slab you do and make a drawing of this manually, a lot of manual work. New commands added for it, of course, so we can get it done. And here a little bit of an example for you guys. So the sample here to the right, I was like, should I write left or right? It's for you. For you guys, it's to the right. We have a sandwich panel, and you can see it's like we call it a pistol shaped or a reversed L shaped one. In the front panel here, in the outer panel, we just have one mesh, simple. In the inner panel, we have two meshes. But what we also did, you could say for the sake of the example, or to be realistic, maybe we have some reinforcement beams and columns here, maybe some reinforcement groups, and that's why we don't have mesh right there or something like that. We've done these, areas where you don't have reinforcement on, just like when you draw it yourself. So there's nothing new in this. But it has two meshes, which are the same. So here was the example. If we go in here, then what you'll get in view 43 are these three pictures. First picture is the down and mold. Down and mold, in this case, is the outer panel. And then we go to the inner panel closest to the mold, and then to the one furthest from the mold. This view here is generated automatically. So that means that you just have to do as you usually do, just add view 43. So basically now you have, all these pieces that you need to order, and you can just give the drawing straight to your supplier. So, well, that's actually how it works. And these titles here, you can customize them as well. So one customer we have on Iceland, for example, is doing this. Let's say you want to do it in Icelandic, you do it in Polish, in Swedish, so that your supplier can understand what it is, of course. So that was the area mesh, this little thing between the symbol mesh maybe and the bar mesh. That brings us into this bar mesh commands, or new bended bars for bar mesh, sorry. And there are two new ones that I added, JJ48 and MB81. And I'm going to say it a few times in the presentation. I'm just going to say JJ and MB because it'll become a mess if I will say all the numbers every time. But basically this one here is for the form slab for the primary reinforcement, and this one over here, the MB, that is for things like wall panels, where you can bend the bar mesh here. So a little example for the form slabs. How do you actually do it? Here you can see there's a little tab added in called bended bars. It's both in the definition and the element dialog. And well, basically you have these four, in this case, these four measurements that you can tweak. You can even have different measurements on the left and the right end, or if you only have one, you'll just mirror them over. But it results in you getting a form slab that could look something like this with these bended bars. And of course, as long as you have it in the definition or the element dialog there, it'll just automatically be there. So a little tech view of it in, I think this was from AutoCAD. When we do an export, this is an example from Unit Technique. Do we have it, so the machine understands what it needs to do? Yes, of course. So this is just symbolizing that. I have another symbol just for the wall one. We'll get back to the wall and talk a little bit more about that, because there's a lot of ways you can draw those, and a lot of new features there as well. But just to see, it's also there. Producibility checks before we get to the walls, and that's why I added the picture in, is if you want to work more with bar mesh and you want to work with the bended bars and you want to do all these things, then we felt the need to expand on the producibility check. So the first thing changed here is you do the producibility check, and then when you hover your mouse over these, it'll give you the information of what is wrong with this bar. So you can see I press no there to see errors. On the next slide, we'll see what happens if you press yes. But you can see when you hover your mouse over, it says, oh, it's 149, it could only be 120, and so on. The only thing to keep in mind here, when you do the producibility check, is that it shows you the data from that check. So it's not live data. So when you do the changes, you just run the check again. Is everything okay now? No, let me do another check. You can even turn it on and off if you don't want it to do like this, of course. Secondly here is, if you press yes, then you'll get an overview. And on this overview, you can see all the problems and you can filter. So you can filter on the element parts, you can filter on orientation, construction part, and you can create a selection set. So here in this little animation here, you can see, well, what happens if we filter these things? You can see it disappears there, comes back up there. So you can select what you want. And that's when you go in and you select this, create this selection set here. First, we group the errors, create a selection set, so then we can edit multiple at one time. So we'll take everything with a dimension 7. That's not valid. You have to use dimension 6 or dimension 8 for these bars. So now we'll pick these two, right-click, edit, and if there were 15, there were 15. Change to 6, that's okay. Then we have to run the control, of course, because it's not live data. But that's basically it for producibility checks. So other than this, when you do the producibility check, other tools than just changing the dimension, well, you might also want to trim, you might want to extend, or you might want Impact to handle it. They handle it for you, trim and extend for you. So you can decide a little bit how you want to work. Semi-manual, or more automatic. So basically, if you have bars like this here, which are all 2 millimeters too long, well, you can get it to trim it in. Or if they're 2 millimeters too short, get it to connect it, extend it, of course. And again, that's the same thing. Run the test again. Is everything green? Well, then your machine can make it. So that was a little detour from the bar mesh, and then we'll go back to the bar mesh because there's so much happening there. And now we just selected it here. You start with a normal bar mesh, just select it. And then you can start and you can make these. So just as with the other one I showed with the form slab, you can also add it in here. This is one. I think I'm going to show you 4 or 5 ways of doing it. You can see, oh, even the mouse on the animation, that's perfect. Does it as well. Put it on the left, put it on the right. And if we go into the vertical ones, I think we'll get them to intersect with each other. You know, you get the bends actually intersecting. Then hopefully it'll light up red, so we don't do something which is, you know, not producible, of course. So in that case, well, we'll have to change the size so it fits. So it's just a very simple way with these producibility checks like you've always used. It just becomes easier. That's the whole point here. Everything becomes easier, but also much more automated, which I will show you in a later slide as well. Copy and move bars as well. It's another thing you can do. We have some here which has bends on them. We can copy them and paste them by a grid. So this grid will be 50 millimeters per grid. We copy them. There we go. We can also move them. So simple commands, easy to use commands, where you can manually go in and tweak everything you want. So now it starts with this, the numbers here. We just go A, M, B, J, J, instead of saying everything here. So these are the shape codes supported with this, and these are the shape codes we use in the bar mesh. A is just a regular bar, where MB, of course, is the one you saw earlier, and JJ is the form slab one. That's the same thing here, just as well as copy and move. You can also copy and remove bends. And now it becomes really tricky, where we say A, MB, JJ supported. Bends can be copied from MB to A and MB to MB. They can't be copied from MB to JJ, but they can copy from JJ to JJ and to A. Oh, that was a tough one, right? I wrote it down here as well. But it's more just to be clear that you can't take the form slab bend and make it into a wall bend, for example. It's a simpler way to say it. So we've added in all these manual small tweaks and tools. And one of the reasons we have them is actually, here we're showing them from scratch, how you're using them without any automation, you know, just adding the bends to your automatic bar mesh. You don't have to do that. You can just do a bended mesh with an end cap. What does that mean? Well, was it Dennis who said, why the hell is the text here in the middle of the screen? That's because I had so many pictures, I couldn't fit it anywhere else. If you set this production setting here for the bended mesh inside administration tool, that's the yellow logo, you use in your bars that you put in your end cap, where you usually put your reinforcement in, use the bended mesh command. Then whenever you use that end cap on the bar mesh, it's just going to put it in. And then you can go in and use those small changes to tweak and something like that. So here you can even skip that. What you can also do is, once you do this, well, maybe you have something you'll add afterwards. Here in this case, there's a circle, there's a rectangle, and there's a component. And again, I'm not going to say these all the time. We're supporting these new shape codes as well as the regular A1. You can split them. The reason why there's a circle, a rectangle, and a component is because you can only split them with a closed polyline, circle, or a block reference, which in this case is our welding plate here, just shown in 2D. What you can do is you can split them, and you can split it, already showed it, you can split it, you can give it some sort of tolerance. If you then decide, well, I don't want to split it, now it splits it, then you can not undo, but then you can join them again. So if you don't want all the splits, well, then you can join again afterwards. But here you just select everything. Do we need to split? And then it splits in on all of them. So just made easy to use. As I said, specify the offset distance. Other than splitting and joining, you can see there's a lot of changes for the bar mesh here. Well, it's become easy just to stretch them as well. But what we have to take into consideration here is don't use the standard AutoCAD tools because they don't know about all these things they need to do. So use the tools we've created and you just be able to stretch it. So instead of trimming and extending, here you have a free-form stretch thing that you can do. So it's a case of where you can just select what tool serves your purpose best here, of course. So we've added for view 43, I said, new drawing views for the simple mesh. I call it the simple mesh. But we also added view 44, which is new views for the bar mesh. And it does a little bit the same thing, but where the simple mesh is a mesh that has a size, the bar mesh is all about the bars in the mesh, of course. So here you have, again, 3 views because there are 3 meshes in this case. Again, it's also implemented for walls and slabs and pre-stressed slabs. And each layer drawn separately, and there's a new command to actually do this as well. When you do this, this gets updated. Now I said it gets updated with draw and MTO commands. What I initially did was I wrote every single command in that it gets updated with, and then I removed it again. So I'll just say it updates with all the commands that regard reinforcement as well. So all the MTO reinforcement ones and the ones that include reinforcement in them. Zooming in a little bit on it. The bended bar shown with the leader and a detail. So we can see here we have the bended bars. These are Ds, this is a B, this is an E and a C. What is that? Well, we show it up here. All diameters as well, 8 millimeter. We have some 6 here and 6 here. And as well as with the other view, view 43, view 44, the leaders can also be customized. And the details as well, you can also customize the scale. So just as I talked about before with the size of the text, if you want a bigger picture of these bends here. So now we go to stirrups instead. And this is a different thing, just to say, and we'll finish with the bar mesh for now. We'll go to this stirrups in the section. This is where we call it, what I call it, miscellaneous things, which could be small things, it could be big things. Here I actually show commands and or the attributes in standard admin. I won't risk saying this straight. But it's a very simple thing, is that normally we would show this, which is the outside of the bar in the wall panels. But in the beams and in the columns, we always had the possibility to show the full thickness as well, because it might be that inside will have some issues as well. So, well, what this command means is basically you can just show the thickness now. To do it, you'll use one for beam, one for column, for slab, for wall, of course. Just set them to one in the standard app and it will work. If you want a picture of this, because you want to configure this, just let us know. We'll send it to you. Another thing, which is a really nice thing as well, is replace bars. What does that mean? Well, it means that I have a B6 bar here that should replace these. We've already done it. We have a 400 millimeter one, 600 to 500. This one, we want to replace these ones. So you can see it's so fast I almost can't keep up with it. Desi said something about 23 seconds. This is 2.3 seconds. So I can't follow my speech along with it almost. I should have slowed it down. But you can see they become smaller. This works also with your reinforcement groups as well. And while talking about reinforcement groups, of course, we did some changes there as well. So, small one, some are small, some are just nice. This one should weigh 4.4 kilograms. This one should weigh 2.4 kilograms. Just a small thing added in. Another small thing added in is the sections here. We have an automated function where it creates a section for each. You could go in and you could create a new section for reinforcement groups as well, where you had to use the create new section command and go in and do like that. Now you can just copy it and it'll create the new section for you. So also something that just makes life easier. So I think that this takes us to the end of the reinforcement. And we'll go back to the agenda. I made this little gray out thing here. As I said, we've only passed one of these 5. Don't worry, we're more than 1/5 through the presentation. The next one is casting materials, and I think maybe I'll need some help from some assistants, but I'll tell you guys afterwards, just to what's it called, emphasize something here. But for casting materials, we're going to be talking about colors, moving lifts and double walls, lift settings for larger form slabs, exporting dynamic casting materials, very specific as BR girder, but it means that you get a lot of added value in these machine exports, of course, and some improved generate braces commands and draw casting materials from, as well as this generate erection materials, and the last one, multi-copy components. This one is huge. Big change, we'll see this. Very excited to show you guys. The multi-copy as well, the generate erection materials as well. A lot of them, it has a huge impact on how you can work today. But custom colors for groups, and I just hit me that, you know, we're doing all these things with colors, and I said almost we started in production with these colors 12 years ago, maybe something like that, where, you know, you need to find out what are we going to do to get, you know, to get the representation for these elements. How can we make people see that this element has moved its way through the food chain? You know, is it planned, and so on and so forth. And then a few years back, I think probably even a couple of years before I started at TrueSoft, is when this was made. I've only been here for 9 years. There was a slow day at the office, and you sit and you think about this, and what do you do? And I need the help from Peter, from Dennis, from Thomas. I think you, Pascal, as well. Can you come up to the stage, please? I want to just show you something, how it looks when we're at work. If we can just line up here next to me. Can you see where the idea from the colors come from? An impact. Oh, that's it, guys. That was it. That's the only thing I needed. This was not coordinated, by the way. It was just a fantastic coincidence. I had to. But basically here, you can see this almost looks like our pants, actually. Peter is a lifter. Thomas is a bracing insert, and so on and so forth. If you print in colors, of course, this is a fantastic thing. It's very easy to see what is the gold color, what is my measurements, you know, without having to draw lines, sit and measure what's what, and so on. Even the item itself changes color. In here, cast and material groups, you just take your group. You all have different groups in your company. We have some standard groups, and those you take and throw away, and then you use your own, of course. So for each of you guys, you have maybe 6, maybe 10, maybe 12. But for each one of them, you can do these custom colors. One thing, though, is that to do this, it doesn't just happen automatically. You just have to do a little change. You have to set these files, the dimension files, as well as the cast and material files, to by block. But what we've done is we thought, well, if you have to go in and find every single file where there's a cast and material, that's not a nice thing to sit and work on, hundreds of items. We made a function instead, which is up here, it's a little small maybe, set color by block. And you can open here, run that command, and just mark a lot at the same time. And this is just showing this is set by block. We'll just let it start over just to see it again. So impact color by block, you just click the button, you don't have to write it. And just, what's it, Alt select, or Control Alt select. Then you can take multiple at a time, of course. Set color by block and by layer. Those are the two new commands, so that you can get this to work with these nice colors, especially if you print them out, of course. And then to another small thing, which is finally, we've also implemented move lift for double walls, and it speaks for itself, doesn't it? You can just take them lifts and move them, and they'll move according to the center of gravity. Keep the same distance around it. You can use it on both the plan and the shop drawing, here on the shop drawing. And if you use the setting where a lifter is attached to a girder, of course you can't do it. But otherwise, you can just move it freely just like this. While at lifters, we have also these with the large, call it large form slabs, out of 1/3. What does out of 1/3 mean? It's a little cryptic name, isn't it? Well, it means that we place the center elements with 1/3. Oh, sorry, the button. With 1/3 of each other. And the outside is length divided by 5 or a maximum number. But this adds extra lifts to the large form slabs. When is it a large form slab? Well, I think you guys decide that. It's a little bit dependent on how you can produce and what you can produce, of course. So we just keep rolling. Features, 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 features. I'll keep going until I don't have a voice anymore. Or until the time's up. We'll see what comes first. Dynamic custom material as VR girders. We looked at a picture of a form slab before, which has nice girders. It had the bended primary bars. The dynamic custom materials we use, of course, for the walls also. It's the same thing. We'll also get it in. And these, when it looks like this, where you have this yellow outline, these are the machine files. In this case, the Unitechnic file. So the one that it shows and the way that the machine reads it, of course. So that's just as important as the way that people read it, if you have the machines, of course. Last year, maybe it was last year, maybe it was 2 years ago, I actually don't remember, when we introduced the braces command. Now we've done some updates and some changes, or improvements, let's call it improvements. So the example here is, if we're running the command one time, we have 2 panels stacked on top of each other, but let's say we don't have a floor in between here, then you only had the possibility to either attach it to a slab, or it would just go to the bottom of the element. Now we can get it to go all the way down to the floor. So that's what it shows here. So that makes it much easier if you don't have a slab to connect to with this second element up here. Other than that, we also have new attributes. So you get the angle, you get the length as well. And the attributes are called bracing underscore angle, bracing underscore length. Put them into the block, and you'll get them as well. what you need to do is update this file here, just to make it even easier for you guys. One more thing is, well, we can generate the braces just like we did on the other one. This is the same as what we did on the other one. Take the base elevation to 0. Both of them are going to hit the floor here. In this case here, we don't want the braces themselves up. We just want the anchors. So don't take the braces, just the anchors. So another nice little thing here. But keep in mind, guys, are you still good? Draw custom material from. This is, I said, this is a big one. And when I say big one, it means the effect it will have on the way that you can work. On your daily job, things you sit and spend hours on. Something, when I say something is big, is when you can go from 1 hour to 1 minute. So, draw custom material from another custom material. One example here is, you'll get the example also, connection between floors, where you've done some custom changes, because maybe you will do connections, you will do everything with the custom material template. But if you have some doors, custom placed things, you moved some things around, well, then that template might not suit what you need to do. So here what I'm doing is, hopefully you guys, you've seen this before, because this is the start screen to our tip of the week, but I've seen the YouTube views and not enough of you guys are watching them. So now I'll do a little bit of advertisement for it. This is a tip which I've cut in half, I think, because otherwise it took 5 minutes, because on the tip I'm explaining how it works and so on. Let's see if we can get it to, can you get it to play with the mouse like this? Yeah. So I think this takes 1.5 minutes now or something instead. So you can see here I have 2 floors. I just created the 3D because that's how I like it, so I can see the 2 floors at the same time. What you do is you run the command, select the custom material that you want to put another custom material in from. Select the elements that you want it to entail, which is the whole first floor here in this case. Then you hit enter, run the command, and you can see the mouse moving. That's me explaining something in the video here. And then you get the command up here where you have these 3 views. You select what you want, in this case, dowel tube connection. Rotate it in, get it done correctly. The computer doesn't always know exactly how we want it, so we can do that a little bit here. Put the offset on, hit OK. Immediately they're there. Of course, these are not connected to the ones above, but it's just running an add command in Impact. So here you can even customize further. And there's a little fun thing here. When I made this tip, I added, and then it asked me, do you want to save as the same element mark, which is a perfect command in Impact. But when you're busy and you're talking at the same time, maybe you hit yes 1 too many times. So look at this element here at the bottom, what happens. Because this one and this one are the same. So in the tip, I also explain how to easily remove the ones in the bottom. But I think I stopped the video here though. But I think Pascal will show you when the tip of the weeks are if you don't know later today. That's a great command, but there's so much originating from that command, so many other places you can use it. You can also do it on erection drawings. So in this case here, you do the same thing, select the custom material, select the elements. What do we want to put in? Let's go in and let's find our item here. And in this case, we just use a different dowel connection, little tube here. But it's the exact same result, we'll just get it on the erection instead. So again, it's a little bit, how are you working today? How would you like to work? Is it easier just here? We measure out the offset instead of just putting an offset in. So here it might be a little bit easier for this one because they have this custom shape at the top. But again, it's the exact same, and it goes from floor to floor to floor to floor. So here in the exact same case as the other one. Another thing that this has brought with it is erection materials. And I know a lot of you guys, you've been hounding Peter especially, but also other guys for years about this. So finally, we're giving you something. Finally. You can select 2 materials, for example, 2 welding plates, and draw another item from them. But again, across as many elements as you want. And in this case, you have the 2 items. And then you will just add our fastening plate, which we're going to use. That one we're going to bring to site, by the way. But we'll create that one as well. So in the same, with that function that allowed us to create the dowel connections, will also allow us to create these erection materials now, which are outside the elements, which has previously been something that we as Truce have said, yeah, but it's not in the element, so we don't do it. But now we do, which I know that hopefully a lot of you guys will appreciate. So here again, the same thing. We can get it exactly how we want it, tweak it in. I want it to be done. It only needs to be done once. It'll get put in all of the elements we selected, of course. This is the plan. Both of these views is the plan drawing you're looking at right now. They're not added to the others. So on the elevation here, again, it's the same thing just as before. We added these before, but we want a bar in between, the bar connecting here. And these bars we need to remember, of course, to bring to the site. But when we add them to the elevation here, the bars, they will get a little tag, a little label. So on your elevation drawings, you'll get a label with the erection material you need to put on, which you can customize again. DWD text erection material label. That was a long one as well. It couldn't even be on the line. There's a macro on it. You can add name, description, reference, and so on. But the exact same way again, the exact same function for, I think, number 4 example here, added it in to all of the elements that have these 2. So there we can see that now we have our bar that we want to put in as well on the site. And now we get the tags there. If you do it on the erection, you shouldn't do it on the plan as well, of course. You just simply copy it. So what you do is open your plan drawing, keep it open, go into the erection, use the copy command, and it'll put it automatically in. Because of course it's in the database, it's just not being shown on that exact drawing. After hitting OK there, going back, now it is. You can use it as many times as you want. It'll check for duplicates. You can't get them on top of each other and doubles and so on. So this one keeps giving, this one here. You need to bring it out to the site. You're on the floor plan. What do? Well, maybe you make a list of elements or something like that. I recently made a tip of the week about that, maybe 122, tip number 122. Here, you can also make this one. Remember to bring 10, 12 welding plates, 10 bars, and so on and so forth. So it follows its way through, all of these stages of what it is you're doing. And all of this is brand new, since last user conference at least. So now we get to this one, which I also said would have a big impact. And the other one was for you guys who are doing erection materials, but also when working in between floors. This one is a little similar, but it's in between elements instead. So you can copy components, and components are recesses, openings, custom materials, linear custom materials, dynamic custom materials, into solid walls, insulated walls, slabs, pre-stressed slabs, hollow core, columns, and beams. You must have a reference point or component when copying. What does that mean? I'll show you in the next example here. So one example is you have 2 beams. Desi was talking a little bit about when the elements are different sizes and the reinforcement templates and so on. A little bit similar here is this beam is much larger than this beam, but they're similar. So what we want to do is we want to copy the holes, the recesses, and the welding plates. What we do is we use the references, bottom left, bottom right, and this one, the center, and they get placed exactly those places, even though the element is twice as big or 50% bigger. Notice the difference in length between these 2 elements. So we'll take it up a notch. This was a simple example. Now we're coming with, what if we have an example, maybe go back. What if we have an example which is not only from one element to another, but also from one element into itself and into another element? What does that mean? Well, here we have an element which have recesses for the welding plates here and here. It has dynamic materials around the window. There we use the window as a reference, but in these recesses, you can see they're not recesses down here. We use the component as reference. That means that when we copy this, it'll add it to both this element here and to this element. So here it'll fill out the missing links, and here it'll put in everything. So there you go. We have the recesses there, we have them there, and you don't have to do one element at a time. I just had to do one because otherwise you can't see what we're doing, of course. Two recesses copied with the plates as references. So copy something from the element into itself. Geometry. There we go. A little bit about geometry here. These are a little bit smaller than the other things, but again, combined will give you something really valuable. Very small thing here. Before a year ago, when you draw a double wall, it just shows you a symbol at the bottom. Now it shows it in 3D, just as everything else. So we're happy to say we've updated this. Other than updating it, we've also added in that you can follow the mass of the element, even when you're drawing it across holes. So here you can see we can add mass, and it'll give you a mass. Other than that, we've also adjusted this red circle. It means you can't make it bigger than this, but it takes into consideration the mass as well as the production settings here for this red circle. This one, this is also for walls, so double walls and walls. For the walls though, it's end caps, recesses, and openings, because here we have the end caps, of course, and so on. I think we'll say it here. Shapes as well, and it gives you this preview of the mass again that you can show. So one thing that we added to Impact from 16 to 17 was the previews down here, the dimension as well. We didn't even have that, so we'll just keep adding it in, so it's just easier. Now something else here as well, which is also a smaller thing, but for the ones of you who work in solids, I typically work in wireframe because it's fast, but a lot of you work in solid because it's easy to see what you're doing in here. Before, if you had to remove these items that were a part of it, you had to make it into a wireframe. So that means like recesses, openings, corbels. You couldn't remove them. You had to make it wireframe to remove them, to get them out. Now you don't anymore. So it's just like a silent release or silent change, which is done. Draw panel thickening while we're at it. Hopefully you've all used this by now. If you don't, you haven't updated to 17, because this was also something we snuck in. And without showing how you did it before, well, now it just becomes so easy to do it. And in this case, we just manually draw some thickenings with the lifters, but it just becomes much easier to do it. You don't have to call the command every time you draw something. When you need to change it, you make something new, you can just continue to go on. You don't have to start over from the command. You can offset X, you can offset Y for easy placement. You can select, as you saw in the picture, outside, inside, the element, outside, inside, in this case of the sandwich panel, the installation. It just becomes so easy to place it. You don't have to select it. You can draw it directly in the 3D instead of the plan. And there's as well an undo option here. Now we'll jump to hollow cores, and I'll keep going in this pace, guys, because I have to show you this. I have to show you all these things. The red, that is where you cannot cut, not where you can cut. Basically, hopefully, if you set this up correctly, it won't split your hollow cores anyways, but this gives you a view when you're designing something. It makes it easier for you to say, well, can we fit this in? What do we need to do just to get the thought process going? Anyways, since this was updated, I don't remember Q2, Q3. only the hollow cores you have drawn since the update it will work on, but otherwise it will work automatically. Then we had some talks with you guys. We added in the weep holes last for the hollow core, and he said, well, if we add the weep holes all in a line sometime, it can cause cracks. And that's not so good, of course, if we send a machine file out to the machine and it just does it. So what we've done is we've added an offset. And this, I hear, gets rid of the crack problem. So you guys will have to say if it does or not, otherwise you'll offset it more. But it offsets it to the ends or to components like this, for example. Here's a hole or a recess. So you can see here the example, what we have here. Also a small thing, but something that can mean something. Now we're coming to the last of the standard stuff, which is big end caps and recesses. And this is a very, for me, very, very cool thing. Because it means all the stuff we couldn't do with, for example, openings before, we can now do with polygonal recesses. So you can make any shape you want, and you can add in all these elements that we make end caps in. Yes, polygonal, exclamation mark, you have to add that when you're really excited. You can use the edit command, you just select it to add it. It must be a cutout though. Front, back for walls, top, bottom for slabs. Here's an example of a hollow core. This is an issue we've had for a long time when you have a special cut here and you just add the end cap, then you get this line going through, which is not so nice. So what you do is you will add, well, that's how it is. We'll change to wireframe because that will allow us to select this end cap here. I think maybe over here you'll be able to see it. So we don't want that line. We want it to go here and then down. That was difficult to do with the laser pointer. Select the end cap itself, add one in. And then it fixes this, what's it called, view problem we've had there. Let's just let it finish because then we'll make it into solid again and we'll see it looks perfect. What happens on the drawing? Well, the same thing actually. It looks as it should, let's say like that. You guys, you can use it for openings of shapes that aren't supported by the correct opening types. It's not an opening though, it's a recess. So diamond shapes, irregular shapes, even curved, any shape you can imagine. These are just examples. Or a regular shape where you only want an end cap on, let's say, half the side. So you can add another end cap down here or nothing at all. These are just some examples. Things to keep in mind with this though is that recesses are not openings. This is a drawing with the recess command, not the opening command. It still looks to me great, but there are some limitations in it, which means that you can't dimension in the sections automatically like you can with openings. You can't, it won't automatically move the bracings because that's an opening feature. Opening reinforcement isn't drawn, of course, because it's recess, it's not an opening. And you don't get these opening names either. But as you can see here, a drawing made like this with the end caps, well, it's a big improvement on having to do some manual work instead of this, of course. So now I promise we're almost done, and I think I'll go over time a little bit, but I guess we'll just have to. You can go faster, right, Dennis? I have a little treat for you guys. Is it candy? No, it's not candy. This is where I had to cut half my presentation because I could see it's going to take 3 hours. For the rest of my presentation, you can see this. You have to look into this document here. We have a document internally at TrueSoft, which is called News and Impact 17. Just the table of contents alone is 4 pages. These are new features. A lot of the things I've shown you today is in this document here. We'll be happy to send you the document. Write me an email, Peter, Dennis, the support. We'll send it to you. I think it's about 90 pages, and it only includes things that have been released that are different in 17 than 16. So this also includes the changes from last year into 17. Last thing is stairs linked. Improvement of stairs, changes, and then new commands for solid modification on linked elements. Improvement, I'll just list them up here because we've done some changes. The height of the steps can be set with a decimal. The height of other steps has been unlocked. The height of the first step will now update the height of the stair itself. The height of the last step back, change as well. And we just keep going. The recess height in the stairs has also been changed. And now you will specify the remaining height instead of specifying the height of the recess, which makes much more sense because that's what you want to use in this case here. And we've also added a bunch of new shapes. These are just examples of shapes because now we accommodate arcs and lines. So before, I think last year I showed you L-shaped, U-shaped, round, but now we can do something, I don't even know what this is called. But it's a fancy shape nonetheless. So we have like here a half a U and a round one. Just use the command as usual. There we go. This would have taken a day to draw in 3D. Now it took a second. I didn't even have time to say it before it was finished. This one, the same thing here. This one even, the last one, I don't even know how we'll draw this in 3D manually. But in this case here, we just need to give it the thickness and it does it for us. So now even more advanced shapes. This one will probably take you a month to produce as well. Horrible shape here. It's an expensive stair. So there we go. So the very, very last thing is, and I'm going to use the stairs as an example for this also, but it works on all linked elements. You can now union or subtract solids that you create yourself. Meaning that if you've created a linked element, you can just keep going, keep working on it, add, subtract. In this case, what the example is used is a stair with landing and a recess and the landing as well. You just add them to the linked element and that element will change size and mass and so on. And it works on all linked elements. The last example on it is that you can even anchor it as well. So if you change the height of the stair, these will of course follow. So it becomes part of that stair. So this is just an example of having several. But because we have the same linked elements when we go up here, if we add a landing to the stair, I don't know if you would add one like this, but again, what did Fredrik say? It's a good function. I don't know if the example is good, but it's a good function. Nail it to the top or the bottom. Oh, there we go. Now they're here as well. We have some recesses that we'll do as well. And again, this is just an example with stairs. With anything you make, which is not a standard element type in impact, this will work. 5 minutes over time. I'm sorry, guys. I'm stopping myself now. Any questions? No? By the way, Michael, any questions I get, I'll just say, ask Michael.
The erection material, can we add reinforcement?
You can add a material. Can you add a reinforcement, Michael? A bar? You can create a bar as a cast-in material.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Right. But not a real reinforcement, impact reinforcement piece. Yeah. So when? That's an answer we'll have to give you later. We haven't. It's not planned. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's not in the schedule yet. So soon. We always say soon, maybe.
I have one more.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're thinking you can improve the tool, but
yeah.
Polyline.
But polyline thickening.
Yeah, because very often we have elements, sandwich elements with an incline to the top, but we're limited to drawing rectangular thickenings. So the element shows that
last year I showed this. I don't remember the name of it. It's a part of the 17 stuff where you can do 2 sections for 1 thickening. And then you can make this. I can't remember the name. Can you remember it, Peter? It's called some, Michael, you made the function. It has a very complex name, this is why. Draw polygonal extra double super beam, something. There's a command in it. If you guys ask me for the document that I said, 17, it's like a whole page on how you can do that. So it's something added last. On it, like this. But that you can do with the. So that you can do, but we have to owe you the name, Jacob. Michael gave it a very, very complex name for some reason. It's in the document. Yes, and what does the time say? 26? Oh, 1 minute past. Perfect. No break. We'll take a break anyways, so we'll just be a little bit behind. We have to go stretch our legs. So you guys that are online, see you in 10 minutes.
Get started. Nick, look down. Oh. Yes, I think everyone is here. I'll just start the timer here so I don't go too much over time like Nikolaj. But my name is Dennis Knudsen, and I think that many of you know me from the support. But I am also, what you say, the proud product owner for Impact Project. Before I start my presentation, I will also give a small shout out to, what you say, the programmers on the project team. Because, of course, without them, it would not have been possible to develop such a nice tool like Project Manager. I have between 30 and 35 minutes for this presentation here, so I will try and keep it within that limit. But for those who knows me, also knows that I have a tendency to talk a bit fast when it's about stuff that I know something about, and it doesn't get any slower when I'm also a bit nervous. So I'm hoping that Nick, you will give me a small sign if. Okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. The subjects that we will be talking about today is the subjects that we can see here on the screen, and this is the areas where we have done some improvements to this year. At the bottom, we have other interesting things, and this is things that didn't fit the subjects that, what do you say, the other subjects. So it's like now Nikolaj also had a picture of candy, a good mixed, what do you say, bag of candy. We start with the file sync. The file sync is something I think that during my last presentations, the last couple of years, is something that I have talked about. And the reason for this is, of course, because we feel that the file sync is a very, very essential thing when working multiple, what do you say, companies on the same project. Because with the file sync, it allows you to work directly into the same database and see everything getting, what you say, live updated. So of course, by improving that and adding more features into this, this will of course benefit those who are already using it, but hopefully also other companies will get their eyes up for it. The first thing that we have added this year is something called archive files. The main purpose of archive files is basically to go in and store, what do you say, the cloud files into a local zip folder. And in that way, we free up some space in the cloud storage. And this functionality here can only be used by sysadmins, of course, because we don't want everyone to go in and do this. What do you say, it can be found under the tools in Project Manager. But before we can go in and do this archiving, what do you say, things, at least two things in the project properties needs to be set. We need to have the project state to finished, and we need to have a path for the zip folder where it should be stored on the local computer. When these two things are met, and we click on the archive files, we can see here that we get a prompt, and this is because some of the files are not unlocked. And the reason why we don't want to, what do you say, store down the cloud files if there are some things that are not unlocked is, of course, because if we later in the process wants to restore this, then it will be old drawings that will be restored. We have the possibility to give an email notification or a manual notification to the users that have these two drawings here locked. The email notification, and also called, what you say, automatic notification, is sending out an email to the user saying what standard and project it is, along with what drawings that needs to be unlocked. The exact same things happen with the, what you say, manual notification, but this one here can be found under the resource manager and the project manager under the small bell in the top left corner. When when all the files are synced and unlocked, we get a dialog box where it shows where the zip folder will be stored. And here is it very important to note that you should not delete that zip file, because if that is deleted and you want to restore it, then that will not be possible. After the archiving process is complete, we can again notify the users, because we want the users, you probably want the users to go in and delete the local files on the computers, because otherwise those files will also add up over time and eat all the disk space. Again, a nice email that you can delete it, and a manual notification depending on what you select. When a project is archived, we disable a lot of the functionalities. And the reason why we do this is, of course, that we don't want anyone to work on a project that is archived, because then you go in and change the parameters of it. So a lot of things will be grayed out. You can also see here that the archive project is shown if the project is archived, both here in the start screen and also here in the in the open menu. This of course makes it easier to see and filter out the files that are archived. If you then again later want to make the project active again, we can go in and use the restore cloud storage. And basically what it will do is that it will take the files from the zip folder and place it into the cloud again. One important thing here to note is that if you of course have deleted the local files, and the files are restored into the cloud, then the next time you go in and synchronize a file, the status will be deleted on local disk. And this is actually a correct status, because it's now existing in the cloud, but it's not existing on the local disk. Then of course you just need to restore it on the local disk. Another thing that we have added to the file sync is the possibility to go in and skip certain files. This can be found in the project properties, as we can see here, and includes all the files that we are taking into consideration when doing the file sync. So, for example, if we don't want to see the PDF for some reason that, let's say, that is not relevant throughout the process of the drawing, or that whenever you are finished, you take the PDF and move it into a different folder, then we have the possibility to go in and skip the PDFs, because, yeah, they're not relevant. We have also added some minor improvements to the synchronized files, dialog. In the lower left corner, we have this one here called display log. I don't know if everyone was aware of that, but we actually have a log for what happens when we are going in and synchronizing the files. We've added more to this log, so it will be easier for the user to go in and see when something goes wrong, and maybe easily identify what happened in the process. Another small quality of life improvement we have made is the possibility to go in and skip all open files with a single click. Before you had to click, I think it was no, to every file that was open. Now I can just say cancel, and then it will skip all the files. I heard that less clicks is a good thing. Since the introduction of the follow-up last year, we've added some small tweaks and improvements to that area also. Before adding this feature here, we only had in this filter here the possibility to either choose one thing or all. So that was a kind of all or nothing approach. Now we can go in and select multiple select in each drop down. So if I want to see, in this case here, floor 1 and 2, I select floor 1 and 2. And this will allow you as a user to go in and have more specialized filters instead of only see flow 1 or all. And therefore, what you say, toggle between the different specialized filters. And as we can see here, it also, funny enough, shows flow 1 and 2 in the chart. So that's a good thing. Because it's possible to have more specialized filters, or we are assuming that you will have more specialized filters, you also added a copy function. This copy function here will copy a filter, what you say, from the open project. As you can see here, I have file sync D open in the filters, but up here is planning DKN. So when I click copy on what you say, right click and then copy, it will go in and copy the, what you say, the follow-up filter into the current project that I have open in the project manager. It's important to see here that whenever it's copied into what you say, the open project, it will also automatically go in and change the filter that are, what you say, or the project in the filter. So you don't need to do that. Another thing in the follow-up that had a small quality of life improvement is the custom activities. Before, what you say, you had a custom activity, as we can see in the video here, that we add. If we wanted to change the date in this one, we needed to go in and say edit custom activity and change the date. Now we can basically just do it in the grid. So of course we need to have a milestone or a title, and then we need to have a category. We can have a description, and then here we can choose to link it to some specific in the project. If none is selected, then it will just come, what you say, directly under the project node. We choose a color, because in Impact we like colors. We choose a date span from and to. And when this one here is added, we find out that we actually don't want these dates. So instead of going into the edit function, we can now just double click here on the, what you say, on the dates in the grid, and then go in and it will directly update it outside, what you say, on the bar also, as we can see here. And again, colors. As Nikolaj mentioned, we like colors. So we also added, what you say, two new colors to the color activity. We've added by design status and by element type. One of the reasons why we added, what you say, the color activity by design status is because we want the designers also to use this, what you say, follow-up functionality. By, what you say, doing the color activities with design status, we bring, what you say, the what you say, delivery date or planned delivery date for, what you say, drawings and the design status closer to each other. So it will bring a better overview for the designers to go in and see how far are the drawings compared to when do we need to deliver. The other by element type we've added is to give a quick overview of the different element types. And of course a nice color scheme that matches, what you say, the colors out in the model view. The last, what you say, quality of life improvement we have made to the follow-up is bringing the model view closer to the follow-up. And when I say that, I mean that before this was implemented, when you needed to select, what you say, an element, now we can do it with double click. But before you needed to either go out into the model view, figure out where is the element in the model, or go into the element IDs to get it selected. So now it's possible to go in and easily select the element in the model view by double clicking. And if you have multiple elements that you want to select, you can right click and say select elements, and then all the elements will be selected in the model view. And this will make it way easier to work between the model view and the follow-up tab. The plot function is something that many of you uses, what you say, every day, and is a quite essential function in the, what you say, in the project manager. So here we also made some improvements throughout the year. Many of you might already have noticed the first, the first one here. Now it will, when we say plot completed, instead of having an OK button, we have added a show log. So of course, with this show log here, especially when it's plot completed with errors, we makes it way easier to go in and see why was this file actually not plotted. In this case here, it was because the file was not found. It could be an AutoCAD crash, it could be a timeout, it could be different, things. So of course, by putting it into a log, it will make it way easier to, find the root to that issue and maybe try to, plot it again if it was a crash or something like that. The log files will be saved in the temp folder under these, here. And I can see that I forgot to mention that is also for batch sign and publish. But the log file will be saved in here, and that makes it so we can always go back in time to find the log file if that is needed. For now, this log file will only be available on plotting on local computer. We will be working on for Q4, Q1. I won't promise too much like Linus did last year, but on also implementing this for for the plot server. With with this new plot log or the log for batch sign, publish, and plot, we also added the 4 new variables. And these 3 of the variables set if plot, publish, or batch sign should go in and use a single session of AutoCAD or BricsCAD. And the reason why we have added this, these variables is because we have noticed that today we by default send 10 drawings at a time. And what we've noticed, at least with AutoCAD, I don't know if the case is the same for BricsCAD, but for AutoCAD, sometimes the memory runs high in that session and causes a crash. By adding a single session, for each drawing, we risk or we minimize that risk that it will crash due to high memory. Another thing, that has been added is, a timeout. This timeout will, go in and be used if the single file is activated. And if we, for example, set it to 60 seconds, then if AutoCAD or BricsCAD hangs for 60 seconds, then the session will automatically be, killed in the, what is called job log or event. Yeah. Another, advantage by using a single session is that, as mentioned, we send out 10 drawings at a time in a script. If, let's say, a drawing gets stuck or it crashes at the 3rd drawing in this script here, then the next 7 drawings will not be plotted. If we use, a single session, then it will crash on the 3rd, but the remaining drawings will still be plotted because it's an, it's now instead of 1 script with 10 drawings, it's 10 scripts with 1 drawing. Another thing that we will be adding in the Q4 is the possibility to get a manual or automatic notification when the plot server is done plotting. The reason why we've added this is to give the user, of course, the notification, but also allow them to relax a bit more, or what you will say, when sending this to the plot server, knowing that they will always get a notification when the plot server is done plotting. And again, we get a nice email with the, project and standard, and a normal notification or manual notification if that's what we want. There's also been some change to the user rights for plot templates. The plot template, new template, delete template, and can't remember what the last is, save template. is now dependent on what you say common and local settings and components. So basically, if we have this as right, then these three functions at the top will be grayed out. The reason why we have added this is because that we have noticed that sometimes someone within the company change, and it's not on purpose, probably, change the plot template and accidentally hit save. And that, of course, messes up the template for the rest of the users. So now this has been added. It gives way more security to the plot template, and you can always change what you say the different things in it if you what you say have something that you want to plot that is outside of what you say the default, but it's no longer possible to go in and save it. A small change to the layout. We have changed so all now also plots the model tab if the model tab is the only what you say tab that is in the shop drawing. So basically that means that you no longer need to go in and actively select a model to get it plotted, but it also means that you can have less what you say plot templates. For example, I know that many of you are using only the model tab when you have double walls. So now you can use the same what you say all layouts, both to double walls and solid walls, for example. One of the things that we have worked with a lot, I would say, throughout the year is to improve what you say the performance of open project and reloading the model. The reason why we had a what you say, I would say, special focus on this is because we know that the projects are getting larger and larger. So therefore that also puts a lot of pressure on what you say the open and reloading model process. The place where we found out that the most gain was when we generated the element geometry in the model view. So in the Q4, when we pin a project, we read the geometry in a bit different way. But before diving into what you say the technicalities behind this feature, let's just see a small video of the difference between a pin project and a non-pin project after the change in Q4, of course. In the video here to the left, I don't know if it's a bit too small, but in the video to the left is the project pinned. The video to the right is not pinned. The project here contains 954 element marks distributed on 5,805 element IDs. So of course there is what you say, yeah, a lot of identical what you say elements. But now we play the video, and as we can see here, I click open at the same time. The pin project is a bit slower to get started, but it catches up pretty fast. And now when this here is what you say completely done loading, it takes 17 seconds to load the model. While the other model is loading, I can say that an average of 4 opens. It takes 20 seconds to open up the left one. This one over here took an average on 34 seconds to open up, what you say, on an average. So we can see here, this aligns pretty well with what you say the numbers that I have here on the screen. And this is of course a huge improvement, but how did we do it? So basically here, we, as mentioned, quickly identified that generating the element geometry in the model view was one of the things that took quite some time. So what we have chosen to do is that we are now storing a file in temp folder if the project is pinned and the detailing is fine. Then we will save all the element geometry into that file, so we no longer are 100% dependent on what you say the connection to the database unless, of course, what you say the element is new in the database, or if the element has some kind of change, then we still need to read it from the database, of course. But now we also depend on what you say the much faster reading speed from the disk instead. So combining these two here is a quite what you say powerful tool in bringing down the element generation process. As we can see here at the bottom, now I'm pointing, I have a laser. See here, we when the elements are created from a file, it will be shown down here. And of course, it's important to note that now when we store this element geometry file, this of course speeds up the element or model generation where it's possible. We still need to go in and load data for what you say element mark, element ID, and other places in the project manager. Another thing that has been added is the possibility to, in the project manager, open up a project without loading the project. And for those of you who are long-time users of Impact, might get flashbacks. And correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, 14.2? Yeah, where what you say the model viewer was a separate tool from the project manager. And the reason why we have decided to add this here also is because we have found out that maybe not everyone needs to see what you say the model to be able to work in what you say in the project manager. Maybe the model is not relevant for everyone. And if we take a reference here in the same project with the 5,800 elements, we can see here that now when I open up and the element or model is not generated, we can see that it goes way faster. So we just take it twice. I think it takes, I didn't put time on this one here, but I think it takes around 8 to 10 seconds to open up the same project that took, was it 34 seconds when we needed to load everything from the database and file. So that's also quite improvement. Now we get to the last part of my presentation, what you say other interesting things. That is the mixed bag of candies. It's somewhat what you say small features, but I think that it's things that could be what you say very interesting for you guys to know. As you what you say, many of you might not do what you say rough planning in days, especially not when it's what you say way outside in the future, where you don't know the exact date. You just know that it needs to be in week, I don't know, 40 or something like that. I don't know if that's in the future actually. No, yeah, but yeah. So in the Q4 we have added the possibility to add rough plan with weeks instead of days. So as we can see here in the video, we go in and we use the exact same what you say functionality as we always have. Planning, set date. So now instead of what you say going in and select the specific date, we can go in and write the week. And then it will take the first available working day of that week. Of course, your what you say working calendar needs to be set in the resource manager, because if the first day of week 50, 11th of December, was a holiday or something like that, then it will have taken Tuesday instead, if your working calendar is set in the resource manager. And of course, because we have what you say added that to set date, we have also added the possibility to change week instead of days. This happens with a small what you say toggle here at the bottom, switch to days, and you can see here it says weeks in the parentheses. But if we take a look here at the video, we again find the same functionality. We go in and find the dates that we want to change. And as we can see here in the parentheses, it says weeks. I just click on this one here, switch a bunch of times to make my point. And then when we hit apply, we can see here that the dates and the weeks are switched, what you say, or forwarded a week instead of one day. Another thing that we have implemented to import, or a thing that we have implemented to import linked, is the possibility now to import the definition. Many of you probably uses what you say import links to get the things either to the production and to cost and stuff like that. And here, at least in cost, is the definition quite essential to go in and set the price and the time on it. So now it's possible to add that definition in the Excel sheet. If the definition exists in what you say either common or local, it will be using that definition. If the definition doesn't exist, it will be created under what you say the project level. A thing that Fredrik Arheden also mentioned that we also have implemented here in the project manager is under the element IDs, element marks and drawings is a count and selected up here in the top right. And this of course makes it easier to see if you have something, what you say, selected outside of what you can see. When you wonder why two drawings are getting plotted. The last thing that I would like to talk about is the unit technique export from Project Manager. This is something that we also talked briefly about last year. And the beta version of this will be released with what you say the Q4. And this beta version here will include form slabs and double walls. If you try to export something else or another element type, then that will not be possible. We will, what you say, the plan is, of course, is to add more element types over time. So what you say, it will be matching what we can export today from AutoCAD and BricsCAD when it's done. The reason why this has been, some will say, long on the way for this version here, and why the first version is a beta version, is because we know that the unit techniques format is not that straightforward. And we also know that we have a bunch of settings when it comes to double wall and form slabs and the unit technique export. And by putting beta on it, we make sure that everyone knows that you should not take it on live projects straight away. You need to, what you say, probably make a test project to make sure that when you make your special elements, that it has a bunch of different rotations and settings to make sure that what you say that can be what you say handled, so you don't go out and what you say produce an element based on an incorrect what you say unit technique file. The export, we can see here that it also contains beta in the name. The export can be based on both or on either the unit technique file that is created from BricsCAD or AutoCAD, or what you say database values where the reinforcement can be stored into database, as we can see here. If you are using Revit, then what you say to database or database values is what you say the only thing that you can do, because Revit does not create a unit technique file. But this also means that when things are saved into what you say into the database, and it doesn't matter which what you say impact design tool you're using, if it's Revit, if it's CAD, if it's BricsCAD, it doesn't matter, because everything will be based on that what you say data, and the result will be the same. So if you have an interest in trying this what you say unit technique base out, please do. You can what you say jump right into it. But you could also, what you say, either call the support or your local sales guy, and we will of course gladly help what you say to get you started with what you say the beta version of the unit technique from Project Manager. That was the last things I had chosen to show. I hope you liked the presentation, and if there are any questions, I hope they are not too complicated, because my programmer is not here. Thanks. Yeah.
You started to say that if you should ask for a project, you need rights.
Yeah.
And if you want to restore the project,
that's the same. Yeah. Ooh.
I have an additional question on this archive function.
Mm.
You also archives the files under settings and components.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, everything on the project. So if you need it in 2 years, you can just restore it and everything will be safe. I knew it.
Speaking of archiving, would there be some sort of archive function for the database? If you have a feature for archiving the drawings, but our database is actually growing much more than the DBT file.
Yeah. It's something that I know that we have been talked about, but I think it's like way back, a long time ago.
When we switched the project to finish, it gives me the option of deleting some of the history data. That is, at that point, we might not want to use it because we aren't using it, but the base is in the sales department. But like being able to pick out individual cases, search some data. We have a database of 3 gigabytes, when switching to 16, 6 gigabytes when switching to 17, and we're at 11 now. After half a year of 17.
Yeah.
It's like really the sync storage for the drawings is nothing compared to the database.
It's not something we have, would you say, planned to look into, but it could be something that we might should open up again. Thank you. I think there's a
it always happens that my presentation has to happen without breaks, so you have to live with it. My name is Thomas, and I work for the sales team, and I'm also the proud product owner of Tekla Base Tools, and I'm very happy to introduce you to it again after, I think it was 6 or 7 years ago since the last time we spoke about it, and I think it's time that we discuss about it again, because there is a big need for it, as far as I can see as the product owner, because I speak to a lot of you by using this tool, and I think a good explanation for everybody would be nice. Hopefully my presentation will take only 15-20 minutes, so we can all have the coffee break, and yeah, let's get down to it. So I have made a small agenda here, so we all speak the same language. So I will start by presenting you a little bit the history and the need. Why do we use Tekla Base Tools? TBT is an abbreviation I use personally for Tekla Base Tools. So if I say TBT, it means Tekla Base Tools. I'll show you how it works very quickly. It is not very complicated. I also want to show you the starting out challenges, because there is no software implementation or starting something new with no challenges, and that's something that we all agree. Small news, it's not going to be candies, it's not going to be any chocolate included. Small things that we have developed through the years and made the user life easier. And I always like to sum up my presentations with some closing remarks that kind of make sense for the whole process. Anyways, so why TBT? Because when we get a Tekla model that looks so big, enormous, nice, and I know that some of you work both in impact design and implement also, you use consultants that they use Tekla on the side, and or you starting a new project in Tekla. We want to go from here and then go into the project manager and get the same model basically in both the view and the properties in impact. The whole point why is, again, the essence of it is we have an empty database. Without the design that very nicely Desi and Nikolaj presented, we are missing a lot of information. So when we bring the elements from Excel, we are start getting or missing a lot of functionality that a person who is designing in impact is accustomed to. So what we want here is get as much information in the database so the database can be useful for project planning, production planning, and of course, a great transport planning, also in 3D. So, sum up the why, great visibility. The model view is the same as the one we have in Tekla, at least the Precast part. A lot of times in the Tekla, they include the steel components, the in situ components. So what we want to get at least is the Precast, so we can plan them, and so on and so forth. The database properties I just talked about is very, very important that they are coming in. What we can also take from Tekla is what we call the UDA, the user-defined attributes. So Tekla is not a database system, but it's more an open source system. And what does that mean? That means that Tekla allows you, when you are missing a note or when you are missing a remark, to add it by adding a UDA. So we, in Tekla Base Tools, we read that file and we put it in the corresponding field in our database. And that makes it easy for you to fetch it and use it further for the next step in the process. We also connect the embedded items. A lot of you who are doing that, you know, it's not as simple as it looks. The reinforcement, and we take PDFs from the drawings, PXML files for machine, only PXML files for now. And if you want to connect your design statuses with ready for production or some in-between statuses that you have on your drawings, then we can also fetch this information, and the status in project manager or your production process will also automatically change while you are mapping the elements. How it works, always when I learn something new, I like to split the process in smaller steps. The Tekla Base Tools works in a very simple 3-step process. Like when I say also design an element in impact, that's also a 3-step process for me. And you can see when you open Tekla Base Tools, if you ever open Tekla Base Tools, is the 3 first words that they are coming on the top left corner is the linking, the mapping, and the saving. But before we do that, we need to be able to predefine our settings in Tekla Base Tools, because this is where our properties are coming from. Predefining a setting, a setup, is never an easy solution, so it needs a little bit of testing. And also, we need to be able to go through all the setup and make the checks that need to be made in order to get the correct amount of information in the database. So, in order to start the linking, we need to have Tekla open. We need to select the elements in Tekla and then press the button for linking. And then we come to this, I call it the middle space, the space where the elements are somewhere, but not really in the impact database. They are just fetched in TBT, in Tekla Base Tools, right? The elements are sitting here. You can see the Tekla properties. You can assign them either automatically through user-defined attributes to specific floors, faces in your building, or you can assign them manually to different buildings and floors in your model. The properties are there. And a very important thing that basically the connection is true is that what we call the GUID is what Tekla is, the Tekla corresponding number to the element ID we have in impact. So when we create that element in impact, this GUID is connected to the element ID, and that's where the connection is always live. The elements are here. They come into the main tool. There are different statuses, but the most important thing you need to do here is that they have not been saved yet in the database. If you look at the properties here, there is only Tekla properties, and the impact properties are still 0. So if you go back to the project manager, the elements will not be visible. And that's simple as that. First step, we go further to the second step, which is the mapping. Why mapping? Because Tekla and impact, two different worlds, don't communicate with each other. So what we need to do is we need to make them communicate. How do we make them communicate? By taking a Tekla definition, a profile name, as they call it, and give it an impact definition. An impact definition can be linked or can be one of the commercial elements that we have predefined in the database, like walls, sandwich, beams, columns, and so on and so forth. And that's what the mapping needs. You have a profile, you map it to a sandwich wall, and then it will show as a sandwich wall in the database. Very important here, because again, there is always groundwork needs to be done before we are able to work with it. We need to have a good predefined setup of definitions if we want the connection to be right in that sense. Remember that in Tekla, there is also profile definition. So you cannot map a column to a holocore. A column from Tekla needs also to be mapped to a column definition in impact. The last part, which is the easiest part, if the previous steps have been done properly, is to save. You just select your elements, and we have implemented this bar that shows you how fast it takes for the elements to go from the Tekla space also into the impact space. Usually that doesn't take a lot of time anymore, at least for the last 3-4 years where I'm responsible for the tool. But of course, if you are saving 1,500 elements at the same time, I always suggest the customer to go and get a cup of coffee, and sometimes maybe 2 coffees, right? And have a little chat in the kitchen with the rest of the people. Anyways, again, the elements are now imported in impact, and for me, it is very important that we can see the holes, we can see the sizes, we can actually visualize the elements. Is not just elements spread out in the view. Model changes, of course, this is the last part of how it works, because we all know that the Tekla model or any model is a living organ. It's not finished until the project is finished, basically. So we cannot, get drawings, then we plan the elements, then we usually do these things, a process that is straightforward, one step after the other. It's not always like that. So what we need to do is we need to sometimes update the model when we have changes in the Tekla model. The connection is always there. And what we do is we actually have different sync statuses in the Tekla base tool. So when you press update at any time at any point in time, your sync status will show you if something is either modified in Tekla, either modified in impact, either deleted in Tekla or deleted in impact. And in that case, because this is very important, if you delete something in the Tekla space, then there is no updating anymore. The connection is lost. When you delete an element and you say, oh, I made a mistake, but instead of changing the dimensions, making something different, then you need to go through the process from the beginning, linking, mapping, saving. There is no updating as long as an element is deleted in Tekla, because the ID, the Tekla ID, is also deleted. So, starting up challenges. I have separated this category into 2 different challenges. Again, it's a little bit different to summarize everything, because I have people who work only in Tekla and then impact production. I know people who work impact design, Tekla on the side, and a lot of different possibilities. What I try to to summarize here is for somebody who is using impact design and has a Tekla consultant on the side and wants to get the same amount of information, is what are the actual responsibilities of the customer and the Tekla consultant. So our responsibilities as CPANC users or people who work through the database are to make quality impact definitions. So the people that they are drawing in Tekla understand that they need to do the same thing in the Tekla space. Also, you need to have, yes, I know you're laughing, but you need to define your embedded items in a way that your ERP software, your database reads them. My database in Impact has a custom material that name is 0503. That doesn't mean anything to a Tekla designer. Tekla designer, the same, will call it a cooling box or a switch or whatever. So we need to be able to make quality custom materials, embedded items, so we can also communicate that to our Tekla designers. The Tekla consultant or detailer responsibilities. A library of custom materials that matches your impact library of custom materials. This is one of the most important and biggest conversations I always have for somebody who is starting implementing Tekla into the business. This is something that is possible. It's a difficult job. It's not an easy job to do, but it is very possible. And with good communication, it can happen very easily. The reinforcement naming, your bar marks, and it needs to be consistent in the database also, so you get nice reports, nice bar bedding schedules, and connecting to the machinery, knowing exactly what you're doing. And of course, the dimensions are also very important to be correct, not only in the shop drawings, but also in the model, because we fetch the dimensions from the model. We do not fetch the dimensions from the shop drawings. All right, so some more light things here, new functions in Tekla base tools. Again, this is just some of the newest things that we have done. We are not heavily developing it, but we are always open on suggestions that you have a custom field that needs to be mapped in the database. Then, of course, we will do that, because if that's something that you cannot live without. One of the good things that we did actually is that the node possibilities that Fredrik was talking, we're actually going to map that through user-defined attributes in Impact, and the center of gravity will also finally be implemented. So now you can use the 3D transport and the A-frames fully from elements that are coming from Tekla. Grid lines from Tekla, different properties for insulation volume for only sandwich walls. If you have opened Tekla base tool settings, you will be able to see that. Arraying elements arbitrarily, this is more, very specific feature that makes the elements be arrayed like the Excel import, because people are cryptic about the Tekla models and don't want to show how the model is looking. New UDA about the setting of mass and weight, and assembly finish as a remark. And again, a lot of background work to keep up, of course, with the database changes and make sure that the speed of the software is acceptable and you can map 1,500, 2,000, 3,000 elements in a span of minutes, not hours. The closing remarks, still impact design for CAD or Revit is your best option if you want to work through impact. Impact is designed, production is designed to work perfectly with all the tools that you saw from their presentations, right? But Tekla is your second best option. Of course, as you can see, we have done also a lot of development that makes the connection, I personally say 70 to 80%, some other will say 90% good, but are more tough on that. What do you need to start up? You need a 2-hour meeting with me and a good Tekla model, and then we can always start up and have a test project. This is very important for me as a person who is also doing the implementations for a lot of our customers, that we always need to remember that good flow of information takes time. and a lot of testing before we're able to say that all of our Tekla projects are coming into impact. Make sure to communicate with your Tekla designers at every stage of this. I know there is a lot of times there is a discommunication between the different departments, but this is important if we want to make sure that the connection is great. And again, because my presentation afterwards is going to be something about actual projects that our customers are doing, and I have taken some examples with infrastructure projects, and some of them are also included industrial precast elements. So I think personally that the Tekla solution connected to the impact production is the best solution that can actually, you can design a very complicated element that we do not have as a predefined one in impact. You can do that in Tekla, and then you can use all the great tools that we have in production. So you can actually continue with the precast process. And again, we will discuss that after the coffee break. But yeah, that's it for a small presentation about Tekla-based tools. If you have any questions, yes?
The IFC is coming through.
The IFC?
IFC?
No.
We've got that fancy new IFC viewer built into Project Manager.
Yeah, but do you want the IFC per element, or do you want the IFC for the whole?
Per element, so same as PDF, right?
Yeah, but no, the IFC file is not coming. In. I mean, that's a good question. I do not have. I haven't had that question before, either from you or anybody else. So I'm very happy to discuss. There's no. Yeah, no problem. You get the object file though, so you actually get the viewer. If you get the IFC file, if you don't mind, why do you want the IFC file coming into impact?
Like I say, you've got the viewer built in there for your stuff that's done in Revit. You get more detail than you would just on solid models coming.
So you want to combine the Revit and. Yeah, that's actually good. Yeah, we can discuss about it. That's no problem. Yeah. Anybody else? Mark, you want a difficult question? Right, then let's have a coffee break. I don't really know what this time is, like 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes past. No. Yeah, there is no agenda here, so. Yeah, okay. 25 minutes. Yeah, I think 25 minutes it's okay. Yeah, thank you. friends do anything. Calculations and different things that to share information with us that for some other cases, some special things that they are doing, and we always appreciate that. But the essence of this presentation is, we see the features, we see the work that we put in the background, but in essence, we are not only an IT company. We help you with the tools that we have, with the tools that we implement in order to make your life easier. We do not do it for us, we also do it for you. And you see here my title has changed to implementation specialist, and I can change with the flow. And according to the presentation, I can get a different title. My Nikolaj over there allows me to call myself whatever I want. So that's pretty great. So again, a little agenda about what we're going to see here. At least I consider this very interesting, but maybe some of you are going to sleep. That's up to you, no problem. But what I want to show you first, so we all speak the same language, is what I consider the main impact process for us to go from zero to delivering a precast element on site. Then I have made a little sketch of some adjustments that we are doing in order to cover all the things during the process. And then of course going down to the examples that I have gotten from some of our customers. If you do not see your name in there, there is nothing against you or something. I thought that this specific industrial precast or infrastructure project with precast concrete, it was something that I've worked with and I understand it maybe, so I can explain it and give the customer a better presentation in that sense. And again, the closing remarks that I really like to have at the end of my presentation. So, Desi showed you this sketch of what the impact planning and execution phase is. So what we see here, if we consider, for example, a precast element or producing precast elements as a project, which a lot of different aspects, this is basically when we go from planning. Yeah, okay, that's a little bit difficult. I didn't have that animation before, but anyways, so the planning phase is basically planning backwards, and then the execution phase is going forward from the actual drawing to cast to transport, then erection. This is basically the waterfall approach of a project that it has been tested, it has been implemented multiple times, and we have a set of processes that they have been, defined around a specific department inside your companies, or especially a precast factory that does all this work. Again, when we look into the execution phase adjustments, I have added a little bit more regarding the precast process and how we do more things in the factory, more detailed in a sense. And what I added is also our tools, how you can do all these things through our own software. And again, I put an icon because the explanation doesn't fit, and I have put the explanation down here, so you can actually see what software is every icon, if you have not seen that before, which would be very weird if you haven't. So, what I'm showing here is that actually bringing elements in, and that's the connection also with the Tekla-based tools that we did before, can also happen from import for Revit, import for AutoCAD, BricsCAD, Tekla, or the Excel import that briefly also Dennis talked about. Then of course when we go down to CAST planning, production planners we have here with us also today, you can go and use the project manager or the resource manager I always say the resource manager is better tool to do that, but of course it's possible to do it both ways. Then the new control system with project, resource manager, and of course for me the most important part of the Precast process, the mobile app, because without the mobile app we cannot connect. There is this disconnect between the floor and the main office. So the mobile app, we do the things and we check the things through there, and the other two tools are basically for checking and making sure that everything is done properly. The storage in Resource Manager, setting things on storage, mobile app also. Transfer planning, also a nice tool that, again, I like it a lot, but maybe there are some arguments out there. Through the project manager, and sometimes, very special times, through the resource manager. And of course the new erection planning also, setting elements to erect it through the mobile app or the project manager. Again, this is a simplified process. You would say, some of you will say, oh, how difficult can it be to create a precast concrete element, but we all agree that it is not such a simple process as this. There are a lot of small details when you go down to the nit and grit, as they say, and you can also add a lot more steps in between, like disorders, rejections, other things that happen during cast, when the reinforcement is ready, when your mold is ready, when you have ordered your resources in the factory, and or you are out of resource in the factory and you don't even know that. So there is a lot of things in between, and we try to cover as much as possible through this main basic impact process. So enough with the theory, no more stuff. So we go with the project examples. I have brought 4 different, some of them are elements, some of them are infrastructure projects. So the first one is the box culvert from our friends at Macan. Some of them are here. So you can always, if you find this element type interesting and you are considering applying something like that or having a similar process, or you find yourself in a similar process, always speak to them and ask them what they are doing, so they can come back with, they always, very nice to share and also get information from you. The variable depth bridge from Pagada. Pagada is not here with us. They are apparently busy, so they couldn't make it. But they are using our software in this special project that I have been working also, and I would like to share some information with you. And they're also kind enough to allow me to share that. The plinths from our Swedish customer K Prefab. I also had the chance to work in a special part with it through the Tekla and some things in the production, and I have, I think, a nice understanding of how they are doing it. And the last one is a tunnel outside of Stockholm, which is made of many thousand solid walls and some special types of walls from our customer, also OF Prefab, also here in Sweden, and they were kind enough to invite us and took some nice pictures, and Linus and Matthias have been on site, and they have done some really nice material for us, so we can show you how impact is being used in different type of the project, or the different stages in the project. So let's go into it. I have some nice pictures here taken from the Macan website, the box culvert. What is a box culvert? It's just basically a drainage system under the road construction, right? Either for vehicles or pedestrians. It can also be used as a bridge in some cases, and it comes in many shapes and sizes. Usually that's the most common shape that you can find. But for me, specifically, I brought this element. You say, okay, this is just, maybe some of you also are doing that here in Sweden. Say, why do you bring that element? And I do that because that was that was the first, basically, precast element I have been working very closely with. So it holds a special, place in my heart in that sense. Because when I went to the factory and visited them, and I could see, what they were doing with Impact and how they were using the software and what they were doing in the factory, the first thing that Dave told me is like, you have the beds in the production planning, but for me, the floor is my bed. I can cast wherever I want. One day I can cast here, and one day cast here, and if I want to cast 10 elements or 20 elements or 30 elements, I can do that. So basically, I learned that, of course, there is not only, we can not only have tilt tables or flat beds or battery molds that they are predefined space that we can cast elements, that we can actually use molds and cast those elements wherever we want in the factory. So the process, you will say it's simple, it's not that simple, but the process is, Tekla is being used for detailing. We bring the elements in through Tekla-based tools with reinforcement and so on and so forth. And of course, impact production is used for the production planning and the transport. The element, again, comes in many different sizes and shapes. It has a lot of also some special types. Again, that's a page, I didn't have any new pictures of the product, as I haven't been in the factory for a couple of years now, but this is, how the finished product looks in the factory. And I think it's around 3 meters high and pretty much weighs as a commercial element. It's been stored also, and transported in batches of like, 3 or 4 in a transport, and very similar, as I say here, to a commercial precast element. The special types I was talking about, I was actually asking Dave exactly what those holes are doing, and of course is for water flow and better drainage in between, 2 full culverts, that they are fully concrete, right? And the last picture here is a nice, of the storage yard. I thought with the sun go down and the elements and the special products going down. Again, this is from my personal collection, from my old phone I found. So I just thought let's put that picture also, make the guys happy here. I knew they were coming, more than a couple. So, anyways, next one is the variable depth bridge for Pagada. This is a more complicated project, and this is a project that I do not personally think we have had something like that in impact with our existing customers, at least because the product here is a little bit different than what we are usually handling through our software. So what happens is a bridge like that can be a highway, or it can be large. You can use different types. Again, I'm not an expert in exactly where is it placed. I think the project is in UK, at least that was the factory that I visited. And the project is separated into 3 different type of elements. We have the piers, and then we have the long priestess beams, and then around 1,000 planks in the project. What they are doing is, because there was not enough time to implement something different, we had to bring the elements from Excel. So the elements are coming in from Excel. As you see, it doesn't look pretty or anything, but it looks proper. The whole, excuse me, I didn't bring the planks in because, again, the planks is just a solid slab that they have 1,000 of those, so the model would look very weird if I had to pick up those in the picture. So we have the piers, that they are these small ones here, and then the long beams, the priestess beams, that they are just right there. The difference between a normal, a commercial precast element and this type of element is that the actual element is enormous. When I say enormous, I talk about 90 tons for one beam. How much does it say? 25 meters long. And as you understand, this needs a special custom mold and a special transport, of course. But that's not where the interesting part is here. Again, the pier is also 42 tons. This is not usually the type of element that we're handling through the software. The most interesting part here, though, is that the quality control of every element is extremely, at least I found it extremely different than just a normal commercial precast element. So again, this is pictures. I do not really have any pictures from the factory because I have visited once and I didn't have the time at that point to take any good pictures from the factory. So what I have here is, I will show you the amount of controls. Of course, I'm not allowed to show pictures and stuff, but the amount of controls that they are going through at every element. Also, except for all of those controls, they have also a specific, casting cubes or cast cubes or concrete cubes that they are actually breaking at every point, different stages of the production. So they ensure that the concrete strength, when reaches the specification amount, then that they can actually demold the element. So the production of an element like that, it is actually not so different. It just needs a lot of concrete, but and a lot of reinforcement, I can tell you that. But the difference is on the controls and the quality and the different stages that they are doing the controls in. So for me that was something that we needed to be able to implement for them or help them. So basically the challenge again was exporting the control data from Impact. And again, when I went to the factory, what they throw at me, they just gave me an A0 paper. They said, that's our control workflow. Can you put that into Impact? I'm like, I don't really understand anything of this that you just gave me. I don't work for you, so that will take some time. So, but we sit down, and it took 4 hours to put all the controls into Impact. And then the problem is we need to export the controls, because in the UK, the authorities needs a book, leaflet, or printout of the controls for every specific element, especially for a project like that. And that's where the pictures and exporting pictures and stuff from the controls came also into play and allow us to go faster with the development of that. All right, the plinths actually visited the factory yesterday. Patrick, supposed to be here with us from K Prefab. He's not. I'm not really sure if he's attending the dinner, so if he is, of course, you can always ask him. He's a great guide. He saw us his factory, and I visited, and I saw the element in real life, and then, of course, I've seen this picture here thousands of times, because we have worked together in order to implement that through Tekla and bring those elements into Impact properly. Yeah, as I said, Tekla import, a Tekla project of, no, sorry, I didn't explain to you what a plinth is, and I mean, most of you know, but again, it's a foundation type of element that, of course, works with being more walls on top and can be worked for farming projects to tables and, warehouses and these type of projects. Again, this is how the Tekla model looks. You can see also some in situ planes, some toppings, and this is how it looks when it comes into Impact. What we needed to do was, of course, because every profile of a plinth is special, right? So we needed to make some adjustments in Tekla base tools, because they are drawing in Tekla. So what we did, and now I think the mystery can be solved for everybody who's using Tekla base tools. What is that plinth setting that I have over there? It is made specifically for this customer, that they can, when they cast the element, when they take the element and put it on a bed, that it looks a specific way and it follows their process. This is how the reinforcement looks before they put it on the mold. And again, nice picture I was lucky to get yesterday. And this is one mold, of course, but usually they be cast in molds of 3. The carousel, or the circulation system, is being used with an automated stations at every point, so they can cast the element. And as you can see, the mold is upside down. So for me, that was also extremely nice and kind of funny to see that they are casting the element upside down. This is how it looks in Impact production. This is how we do it. This is how the elements are fitting exactly, 3 in every table. And of course, the production and transportation is also going through the Impact modules. Yeah, and nice picture from the factory yesterday, that they are using also the system and the controls on the background that Fredrik showed, and it's always, it always makes me happy to see somebody who uses the software properly. Last project I have gotten with me is the Stockholm Tunnel. the project, a little explanation. Again, I was not in the visit. I have not really directly been working with this specific project, but I got really good information from my colleagues, and I was allowed to present it to you. So this is Stockholm, and as some of you know, there is a lot of traffic here during working hours, so what they want to do is connect this viaduct through the fjord with an underground tunnel that will try to decompress the traffic from the main road of Stockholm. So, AOF Prefab got the project, and that's how basically it looks in the design in Revit. So this is 9,000 identical elements with same element mark, different IDs of course, and 13,000 elements in total, this project. The design was happened in clean Revit, not impact Revit, clean Revit. This is how it looks and the different colors of the different splitting of projects and parts of the construction of the spaces. We told them, right, this is how it looks in Revit, but what we did is we saved the elements from Revit into impact as linked elements. And that's of course because Revit, except for designing in impact Revit, it has also the possibility to map your existing projects as linked with not a lot of effort, I guess. And at least I have done it myself, and it doesn't take a lot of effort in that sense. Yep, so the design is in impact now, and now we will talk a little bit about the production. As I said, 9,000 identical elements, so they have already allocated a lot of place for this project in the factory. So what they did, those elements are not very complicated elements, so there's not really an infrastructure element included in that. It's basically solid walls that they actually going to have those two holes in here, and here you cannot see it really good over there. So what they did, they mounted on the beds on the specific position at every stage those steel inserts, so the holes can be created repeatedly. So they do not have to do that at every time that they make the mold, and also they have predefined the mold around, so they can cast every day a specific amount. I think it's around 22 elements every day of this type. This is how it looks with the mesh, and the mesh is basically two meshes, one on top of each other. This is the special element that I was talking about. This is just another type of mold that they are casting on the floor. As you can see, all of us, we can see it's on the floor. And then this is actually the one that they put on top to make the form when they cast. If you notice, this is made from steel, and this can give you unlimited cast, right? Usually, maybe they will make something, if they had to create a couple of those or 10 of those, they would probably make it from wood. They have made this special order because in this specific project they had to cast a lot of these type of elements. And this is the element that is a little bit different than a normal solid wall in the project. Yeah, also casting two elements per bed. You can see here also using the software for production. And this is how the finished product of the special element type looks like in the factory. Of course, not really finished here, just more, just been demolded, I guess. It doesn't look very clean. And then this is the finish of the solid wall. Another thing that I found very interesting is actually how do they transport those elements to the construction, to the site. Of course, there were some delays in the project, and they had to store a lot of projects on the yard. So what happened is, instead of using the crane for picking up an element that weighs like 3 tons, 4 tons or something, they actually bought this machine that can move this element. I think they have already around 5,000 elements on storage already. And yeah. And again, this is more like another picture. Yeah, I was also a little bit afraid of a big storm in Sweden can make a lot of problems there. But anyways, hope for nothing. Hope for nothing. See, here is the construction site. Here is actually underneath the tunnel, and the holes, as I said before, is because those elements are going to be hanging from those steel hangers. I don't know how they are called in English, to be honest with you. So that's the next one, is that's how it looks in how erected the wall looks. The arc on top is going to be cast in situ. The one special thing is that the actual walls are hanging on the air, and of course there will be concrete filled down. So anyways, I've never seen, you know, hanging walls from a construction site, so I thought that's a very nice detail to share how they actually erect the elements. Yeah, my closing remarks, that's it basically, that was the projects. For my closing remarks, I have borrowed 2 quotes from Mr. Peter Karlsson over there. Thank God, I don't know why we didn't communicate, we didn't speak to each other, but he usually starts the user conference with those, either the one quote or the other quote. So finally, I think we're also going to get an answer why he does that. So the first quote is like, one size does not fit all. What does that mean in our case? In our case, it means that those 4 companies, and you can see yourself in it maybe, they produce Precast concrete elements, they use part of our software, all of our software, they also use their own systems and their own ERPs, they produce concrete, but that's where the similarities end. They all work in a completely different way than each other, something that it must be extremely logical and easy for once, the others are doing it a completely other way, which for me is also amazing. So if you are there and somebody tells you that, yeah, we can fix all of your problems, no problem, that's not the case. That will never happen. There is no one size fits all. We'll never find something that solves all of the problems in the precast industry. There is no possible way. The second thing is that the real software value is creating in the meeting with the customer. As you see, we were talking about 4 different projects that they were different in a sense, some similarities, but our software will actually tackle every issue when we go into the detail, because we have sit down with the customer multiple times and we develop the software in a way that actually helps a little bit on one person, but also or one company, and then that can get applied. Maybe straightforward, maybe with a workaround, as I like to call them, that's another thing, but it can also be applied in your own process. So if we look into the details and all the developments, again, we are not doing it for us, we are doing it to help maybe a specific person, a specific customer, a specific worker, but in the end, if you know what you are having, then you'll be able to do the production properly through impact production. And again, what I want to say is that wide range of project coverage through impact production. For me, impact production is a great tool. It is way ahead of what other precast production tools do. And again, it can cover a lot of different aspects of every project. And again, these are only 4 examples. I can give you another 10 examples, but for me, this was, this is what it means to me, that we can actually, go down to the processes, find the ways of tackling the problems, and then making sure that the software can help you. And if it can, then we can actually make something to help you with the development. Of course, as Peter said, we're always open to get new developments and new ideas that can also help us improve. Yeah, that's it from me. Sorry, I don't know if I went over time. I guess I didn't, so that was good. So if you have any questions on these projects, again, we have the Macan, we will have the K prefab, I think, in the evening. I think they are better to ask if you want to ask something product specific, but if you want to ask me any questions, you are very welcome to do so regarding your projects or software related. All right, thank you so much.
I hope you have enjoyed today, first of all. My name is Pascal, and I have promised actually, Nikolaj, that I don't want to have this comedy act again, so I think you will remember that. But what I want to present you today is actually something new, and that's because we are growing, Impact is growing. So we also need to follow in the materials, courses, etc. So just the beginning. Should education be funny or should it be boring? So yeah, it's a good point to think about. So yeah, this one is, yeah, I would recognize this one, but also the next one actually. That yeah, if we are doing our best, then we can get this picture as well. I don't think with the tongue, but there are many ways already today available for you guys, and that's, for example, the normal way with the regular courses, which we can do online on Teams and TeamViewer and so forth. We can visit you on site. That's something we do already today. Many webinars, and yeah, of course we got the sales webinars, but also the learning webinars, and to get fresh up with the new stuff we have, etc. Then we got our wiki page, and the wiki page is just my Bible for Impact. Also in my old time, it was a daily visit on the wiki, actually. So yeah. Otherwise, we got our YouTube channel, and Thomas, he mentioned already last year about it. Weekly, our tip of the week. We are updating it on LinkedIn on our personal pages. So yeah, you need still to follow Nikolaj, Thomas, Daisy, Linus, and me for getting these also on LinkedIn. And otherwise, we are uploading these to YouTube. What we also have on YouTube are overview videos. We got our recorded webinars if you haven't made that, so that's also a great way to follow. So what are we doing? It will be better soon, because we actually started to make a project group with Thomas, Daisy, Linus, and me. And what we actually will do is online course materials on the wiki page. And that's actually for the CAD, it's for Revit, and for production. We hadn't materials for production yet, so that's something new. And yeah, it's actually one of the most important parts in this time, so we need to do that. Why? It's because it's always online. Yeah, if the website isn't down, of course, but it's always online and available. The other part is that it is always almost up to date if you compare it to the old Word document. Because in the Word document there are still some things from Impact 14, like I can remember. So yeah, we need to fresh that a little bit up, and we will do that. Otherwise, easier connection between learning and the wiki page. So if there are some things they are unclear in your mind, then you easily can go to the wiki as well and find the right, the deeper material of for example, a function. Online course, it will look like this. We got a table of content, and what you can do is click on the links and go to the next step. Actually, it's really simple, and you can do things step by step. Linus, he worked already with the Revit page. Thomas had already made some production. So we are actually already working on it. It's not whole online now, but we will of course inform you about it the time if we're online with our new stuff there. So yeah, there's actually not that much to talk about. It's just a good new thing, and it's also good to keep that schedule in the right time. So I don't know if you have some questions about it. That's great. That's a great course then. Then I will give the word to Peter. Thank you.
Okay, the day is starting to get to 4 p.m. So let's just end it up. So we have the ending speech, and then we have the dinner for the guys that has signed up for that. But first, we are talking about Impact 16. Some of you guys are still on that one. We will probably release a new one more of it, because we don't know yet, because there is nothing at the moment. But we are releasing at the Q4, 11th of December, and if there is something to 16, that will be the last release of it. If there is no showstopper, of course, there is a showstopper, someone is in 16, we will fix it also afterwards. We will support it all next year, and it's a little bit the situation we are right now. Some guys maybe don't want to do that much, and then we need to keep it up and running for a year. But again, it's time to come to 17. You have seen a lot of it this time and also last year, so it's really time. A little bit about the software that Impact 17 is depending on. We will say normally it's 3 versions, but right now we are looking at what are if Autodesk is supporting 4 versions at the moment, we also do that. If they are only supporting 3, we don't do it. We support the same as them, of course. Sorry. we try to, we need to follow them, because if they don't support it, how can we do it? So, but one thing we will do with BricsCAD is that we will remove 21. They support a lot of versions, but we cannot do that with BricsCAD, because the quality will be very low then. So I hope that doesn't cause any problem for any of you, but if it does, please let us know, then we can discuss it, of course. But this is a little bit the versions we are supporting. One more thing that just before summer, we had one of our customers doing a penetration test of Impact. And that was, of course, if you want to publish Impact, so everyone can access it from the internet, the security is very important. And this penetration test was done by Orange. And you can see they have like 4 levels here: critical, high, medium, and low. And we have no critical issues with the platform. We have 1 case with severity high, and that one we corrected directly in Q3. And then we had 9 cases with severity medium. And 7 of them we corrected also in Q3. We are working on 2 quite big ones that we hope we can close now to Q4. So we don't have any medium left either. And that means that, in my mind, some of you guys have already published your Impact, and it makes it so easier to communicate with others. So I hope with this clarification that maybe more of you will do that, because then you are connected directly, consultant and factory together. Impact 17 introduces something new. We talked about that when we introduced it, that now we will be able to release database versions more frequently. And we have done that, meaning that we can change the program more gradually now. That will, of course, have one backside. If we change the database, it will be very hard to run, if the service is updated, the server side is updated, to run a client that is old. Normally we support that, but when we change database, it becomes complicated. So please have that in mind. You have to jump with service and client at the same time. And normally you want that. I mean, you don't go up with service and don't use the functions that you have upgraded with it. But it's just that the reason, otherwise we cannot do like this, updating gradually, because that will be impossible. The goal why we do this upgrading gradually is, of course, that you should all have the latest release at the time, because that makes more sense. If we develop something, it shouldn't take 2 years until you have it. That's a waste. So that's why we do like that, to keep you more updated all the time, make it easier for you to upgrade. But there is only that backside, that we cannot support 10 different project manager versions with the same service version. But you can also, so you need to, like, let's say you need to talk to each other. Now we upgrade and we do it all of us. So that's just one thing. Dinner tonight. This is the place. And if you have your mobile phones ready, you could take a picture, but I will describe how you get there. So the restaurant is called Hackwin. It's very central. You have the central station and it's 500 meters. You just cross this bridge and it's 2 crossings, and then you go right here or left and then here is whatever, you see what I point. I shouldn't say left or right. Anyway, you come here. This is the street. That is the same street you see here. So you come here, and there is a little bit a portal. Enter the portal. Inside there, you should pass like, it's like 2, in Swedish we say uteserveringar, but it's like where you can sit outside and eat. So you pass 2 of those, and then you go in. I don't say right or left now, because then it becomes right or wrong again. So you go in that direction, and there is the restaurant. But you also have the address here, of course. So let's see if you all can manage that. And otherwise, if you have any doubts how to get there, ask us. We can help you, any of us, to tell you how to get there. Just some small instructions for the restaurant. There will be some coat room there. I have not been there, so I don't know exactly where it's located, that room, but place your clothes there, and then we will have a table placing. And again, ask us if it's something, your name is missing or whatever from the table placing, just ask us. We will help you. Presentations from today will be uploaded, and I hope I say correct now. We have a blog on our homepage, and there we uploaded last year, so I think it will come there in a while. I don't know how fast.
As soon as we're done here.
Yeah, okay, so it will be very fast then. So then and we have talked a lot about candy today, so we have to give you some candy, and it's so before you go, in the end of the hall down there, there will be either this one, the Swedish flag one, that is the dark milk, or this one with this milk chocolate. So please take one of those before you go, so you have some candy before the dinner. And yeah, that was actually all for today. So thank you all for joining us.